Well, good afternoon. I won't do the Donny Bell, but it is game day. It's the last round of the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership, the last home and away round for 2025. We're at the home of the South Perth Lions on what is a pretty big day for them. All the old boys in, and they're taking on the Rockingham Sharks, hoping for a big win to secure top spot in the minor premiership. But of course the Sharks are here to cause an upset. I'm David McRae, you see on the screen, joined for the first time on Saturday, Nick Neary on the couch in the commentary position. And Nick, this is your first taste of first grade this year, and I tell you, what a time to come in, what a time to join us on the couch for what could be the defining game for South Perth in 2025.
No, absolutely, I'm excited, Dave McRae. It's normally about semi-finals time that I get to watch my first men's game of rugby league in WA. Luckily, we've come in just around earlier this year. There's a little break between two other codes of sport, and I'm able to get myself on the couch with yourself for what is shaping up to be a good day, although albeit it's 18 degrees outside, but it has been absolutely pissing down for 3 days straight over here in WA.
The ground's actually looking pretty good as we see the Lions come onto the field. So we just saw the results up on the screen there. And last week, of course, at the top of the table clash, the Sea Eagles managed to defeat the Lions 18 points to 4. But because of the differential, the Lions are holding on. Big win. They're finding some form late. The Roosters over the Giants, and the Bears continuing to do it, and they had to do it a bit tough in the end. It was a late surge. They defeated the Rockingham Sharks. What does that mean as far as the ladder is concerned? Well, South Perth maintains top position by points only, and this week, of course, it is the top two teams taking on the bottom two teams. So there'll be a lot of people on the sidelines, Nick, checking the live scores to make sure they're within the realm. And you've got the Rockingham Sharks and the Joondalup Giants, who've had somewhat forgettable years, that have opportunities to play muck up today.
I think so. That the Rockingham Sharks are up to the task as well. Saw them out on the oval a little bit early, tight-knit group, just working their way through the mental state of this afternoon. And I would not be surprised if they show up early here. It's going to be about the longevity at the home of the South Perth Lions. They'll know they'll be able to come late and get rallied behind by their troops on past Players' Day of all days. But certainly stranger things have happened in my lifetime. It looks like the Rockingham Sharks have got the kick-off left to right across your screens to begin. Nicely up. Just left to centre is commentary position here at the South Perth Lions home. Are you going to give a prediction, Dave?
Look, I think the Lions should do it. There's plenty there for them. I mean, in front of their home team, their home crowd, premiership on the line. Well, minor premiership, I should say. But the Sharks, as we see the first sit-up, the Sharks will be coming here knowing they've beaten probably the form team North Beach a couple of weeks ago. And there's no doubt they've probably got the belief coming up against the Lions. As we see second hit up for the Lions, first possession.
Just happy to absorb contact early here, Rockingham.
It'll be wet weather footy. We've mentioned this a few weeks going. It'll be the team that settles quickest and gets into the rhythm of playing wet weather footy. Nothing too crazy. As we see the first set completed, DeBeek puts the ball on the boot. Just waits for that to bounce. It'll be a kick return. So they've just got to play smart footy, both teams. Whoever plays the smarter footy, again, knowing it's wet, it won't be one-man rule today. It'll be a combined team effort. Keep your hands on the ball. Nothing too special. Workman-like footy.
Up across halfway. Here's Kona Scott. Third carry of the set. Early, there's no real panic out here by either side. Was an early kick by South Perth, just looking for territory, and DeBeek's kick was long. Gained a good bit of interest up to the other end of the ground. Hiko's tackle was effective. Just stops Rockingham in the middle of the park for the time being. Carried in nicely by Quinlan. Now we've got to see what Rockingham Sharks have in the locker. Switchback kick. Winger's in a good position, but has a little fresh area on it. Billy Judge goes back, second up effort. And looks to bring this one to the centre of the field. A good first set by the Rockingham Sharks there. Managed to get the winger just out of position where he thought he was okay.
Good first set. He almost made a mill of that in the back, did Billy Judge. He's a bit of a yardstick for the Lions. If he plays well, the Lions are usually on top. Go. A bit of a goosey to the left. Again, it's all very workmanlike in the first instance. Got to go inside the park now.
been fading away in defence. Damien Worth for Rockingham's been out of the line sharply a few times, and they've just been wanting to eke onto his outside shoulder, not wanting to take the big contact early. 3 passes to the outside here. Good use of the second line of attack. Brought to ground eventually by Peter Worth.
Thought about going to his right. There's the kick, pressure on it. Hiko probably affected the kick, didn't he? This is he wanted. And the smallest bloke on the field gets poleaxed. Welcome to George Burnett Park.
Good tackling there. I think Simeon Owie. Just gets Rockingham Sharks on the back foot to start their second set of the afternoon. Long way through the line for Hope. Emery takes a nice direct arrow line up to halfway. First penalty of the afternoon, lifting the legs. Just got under Emery a little bit late there. Pretty unnecessary if you ask me. Silly penalty to give away. It's not going to get past the men in yellow this afternoon, and a nice kick to the sideline.
Well, I like the physical display there from the Sharks. All around him, they've looked like they've come with a bit of confidence. Again, they should have plenty of confidence. Their last month of the season's been pretty good. A good opportunity now to put some pressure on. Siddons, first carry in the set. Dash in the middle, thought about going to his left. Worth, bit of a settler. They're liking that far edge there, coming off a run. I think that was Ramika. They're liking something on that far edge, although I think they're going to come back inside now. Second run in the set now for Siddons. He's offloaded and driven backwards. There's Damien Worth. Yeah, using the middle pretty well. Nick Neary, fullback.
Just don't think they're all too concerned at the moment. Last tackle. Cross kick from Quinlan. Puts the fullback under only the minorest of pressure.
He went straight to ground. He did well. Was that Evans? Took that. Went straight to ground. No room to go. Billy Judge.
Nice little line break through here. Bit of work for the fullback. Detroit covers across nicely.
He's going to go all the way.
Billy Judge
is going to score.
Takes the gas off. Easy as you like. He's actually drawn them in nicely here. Made all 3 of them do hard work to chase.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of players in this competition that make me look good, and I've just finished talking about how much of a yardstick Billy Judge is. When he plays well, so do the Lions, and they've scored first.
4 points to nil, kick to come. Should be a little bit of formality in front of the post there. A slight angle out to the right-hand side. It's a hard tackling effort by Detroit, slows Tommy. Worked across, covered well, but Billy Judge able just to shrug him off and knew he was home and all. Makes 100 metres look pretty short when he gets through that line break. And plenty of time just to slow his efforts down. Harry to Beak for the extra 2, kicking as normal. Certainly taking his full allotment here this afternoon. First kick of the day, wants to make sure of things, that's for sure. The other game that's important, Joondalup versus North Beach. North Beach also aiming for the top spot this afternoon. As the conversion goes over here, making it 6 points to nil. It's Joondalup Giants leading the North Beach Sea Eagles 6-4, so a try apiece over there at the moment. And Gus Marshall the difference with his conversion. Another one in the box this afternoon. Producer Bex makes her way in. Find ourselves back at halfway. We're only a couple minutes into this first half. And as stated, Billy Judge the barometer. Leads South Perth Lions up 6 points to nil. We get started again from the back half. Good chase out of the line by Bolt and a few others. Settle the first tackle, 15 out from their own line. Hiko tackled smartly. Nothing really available on the outside there for Evans or Noble. A few options taking legs this afternoon. We've already seen the one penalty against South Perth. That one did go against Harry DeBeek. Getting a little bit of mongrel about them underneath these tackles, Rockingham. Trey Emery there, just working underneath. DABSCO kick into a bit of space, into a good little bit for Detroit to return.
It was just that missed tackle down that far edge that cost him. Judge on the return just punched straight through. Some learnings there for Rockingham early in the game. Thought about going to his right. Scott, he's the smallest man on the field. You can't miss him with the headgear. They just need to continue what they've been doing the last few weeks. Is lost in the play the ball.
Was disgusted straight away, Emery.
Pointed upstairs. We haven't got no bunker here.
There's no real call for a strip there either. Not going to get any favours with a rat tail that long as well.
I tell you, with all the rain we've had, the ground actually looks pretty good. The ground looks pretty good compared to what it was at North Beach last week. Those that don't know, Nick Urie, is that George Burnett Park is reclaimed land. It used to be a tip, I believe, back in the day.
The natural fertiliser.
So
less plastic back then, so it's a better mulch.
Yeah, has been occasions where we've got another penalty, so they'll get pushed up, so a bit of muck in the ruck. There has been occasions where they've had to come and level the ground because it can get a bit lumpy every now and then, but another set of 6 now for South Perth.
Looking to get their authoritative start into another gear. Immediately want to go wide. Good hands by Oy. Rowdy. Daniels into the corner. Did he drop that? I've just looked down.
He did. Logan Barclay. That was a great string through 4 sets of hands. And there's nothing wrong with his pass. He's got through there and he's just dropped it. Corbin Daniels like a hot pie. Had he taken that, it would have been 10-0 to the home side. The referee's blown time off.
Quick chat. Touches come in to hold the mark.
Okay. Not actually. Is there a player down? Is there a back play, I think? So.
Yeah, there is one down. That could be a collarbone.
Doesn't look too good. He's not putting any. Or is it? It seems to be several things, Nick.
Yeah, he's sore. That's all that is. That's back thigh, a bit of bum.
I thought it was. I thought it was his left shoulder, but I reckon that's an ankle. So get a bit of movement on that. Should be right. As I tell my lads, should be right. You got 2 feet, don't you? Yeah. Get a bit of movement in it. Benches are on this side. This is the weather. Big crowd in at George Burnett Park for the old boys' day. I'll be cheering on their side, hoping to secure the minor premiership. Still sitting top of the table. Counting results today. Time back on.
Nice little show on the outside, Scott. Still 6-4 in that other game. Got to try and not check the score too many times in this first half. Tension can only build though. Up quickly, Batchelor. Just trying to offer that little bit of extra space on the outside. Evans comes out of the line, assists in the tackle nicely. Been pretty on so far, South Perth. Just that one
Get out of the way.
Penalty they've given away. Good bouncing both. This is the halfway line. Both sides are a good option at the moment. Oh, forget about that. That's the 40.
That's the 40.
30 even.
Off centre.
Gets me every single time we're down here at George
Crow's
Burnett.
Nest. The Crow's Nest is good, but it is off centre.
Maybe they can level that one too. If they're going to be doing some community works. This one.
Oh, no, it'll hold up. Great kick in the end. Just manages to do that pretty well. Oh, no. He's put a foot out. The flailing foot. That's a really good position for Rockingham to launch an attack from. They'll get a set of 6 deep inside the 10.
You just need to see a bit of aggression out of the Sharks here. You want to. You've had almost 2 scored on you. You get a good position.
The games that we've seen, the game against the North Beach a couple of weeks ago at Shark Park, they played really smart footy. They didn't overuse the footy. They used their youngsters and their speed really well. If they can do that here, they're every chance.
Through the line, Quinlan. Short option for Ho this time. Quinlan goes out left again. They shaped for it. Not going to be there. Short hole closed off for Damien Worth. Scott set deep right. Short line ball. Chance for Mika. Seems like he's self-surrendered. Only a couple centimetres short. Need to find something a bit deeper. Reset the line. Switch back on. Scott has to pirouette. Now goes the boot. High bounce, but the retiring chase won't be there. Josh Perring can get out of in goal.
Just.
Good little run. Gets himself out in front of the sticks.
South Perth just want to make their way outside their own area. There was a bit of a waste there. The last is just no shape. We saw a bit of that last night in the Bears and the Roosters game. They were in a good position but wasted that. So again, they like this right edge to the Lions. Bust through that first one, spins out of it. Billy Judge, the man who scored first for the home side, just showed to his right. He's bounced off that and he's just pulled out of that one, not wanting to get done for an obstruction. They do like that right edge. They've seen something over there with Corbin Daniels again going to that right edge. They're mucking around with it here. The kicker, Zach Hicko put on his back. Referee says play on. That's the first time I reckon this year, Nick, I've seen some pressure put on the kicker and they haven't given up a penalty.
Done pretty hard ball on it.
As it is. It's not that hard when you're that small, but he's done well. I tell you what, there's not a bloke in the field to go and play Premiership that does not have, has not more heart than Scott. So I've got there in the end. He's the smallest bloke on the field, but plays with such massive heart. And he's won himself and his side a penalty. I'll move him up past the 30.
It's the other Scott that kicked it out. No relation, I believe. I don't know. Fact check me. Through on the text line, Benjamin Bolth, doing some hard work. Flat ball, Siddons. Approaching halfway on second. Just looking to change the lines a little bit here, Rockingham. Switch in this side. Now we should be going 2 pass outside. Just a little bit hungry. Terana. Not wrong, Dave McRae. Very patient and smart footy by Rockingham.
Let's get up there and find some structure on last. I think it's his last now. No, fourth. Slow to his feet.
They might be going. High bomb.
The sun comes out.
Nervous hands, but taken nicely by Cummins.
Made that look difficult.
In fact, I think it's Barkley that was actually filling in across the back line there.
So just patient footy.
This has been a longer settling in period than most games we see.
Well, I think if both sides play, it's the similar. Like they both, South Perth's got the most to lose, and they know that Rockingham will be coming into this game with a fair bit of confidence, knowing what they've done over the last month. So they're both playing sensible footy. Again, they like that right edge. The spin off there. There's that Billy Judge again. No, goes inside. That was Judge, and in the end,
knocked down.
So they found something on that right edge they like. Judge has been running amok down there. Ended up they ran out of space.
Luckily backwards that one by Worth. Stuck the hand out down the sideline to stop that pass.
I tell you what, you wouldn't know there was supposed to be 40 mil of rain today. If you're watching from the NT, 40 mil of rain. Maybe it's coming later. No rain as of yet.
It's been a trickle all morning,
It's just a heavy track.
Not going to go to a soft 6 anytime soon. Randwick called off this morning. Too much rain there.
Bet Sydney. It always rains on big occasions, isn't it?
But it's got to be a bit of rain to call off horse racing over there. Noble with a good ball to keep it alive. DeBeek just tossed it over the top. Anyone's footy there. Trust the whistle.
What is the assistant going to say? So it's 2 knock-ons.
Look at it on replay. His first release was nice. Kept ball live, so off the head play on.
So that is forward, and then it's again forward. So it's double knock-on. So it should be a Rockingham feed, you'd expect. It is too. So yeah, just use the noggin.
But you're wrong on the first one. The noggins are not a knock-on.
Is it not?
Noggin's not a knock-on. Noggin is not a hand.
Oh, there you go.
It's not attached to any part of the arm, in fact.
Well, maybe the referee's got it wrong there.
No, the second one's definitely a knock-on. In the other code, the Barbarians used it a few years ago.
As a play.
Cut out pass to the outside centre, intentional headbutt through the line, 3 chases, try. Because everyone stops. They go, what's going on? Giving it a bang.
Yeah, jeepers. That'd be a play you'd have to work on, wouldn't it?
Well, that's the Barbarians. That's all you work on.
I'd like to see that worked on at training. Has we got it reset? No, we've got another knock on as we were talking, and it looks like the Lions with debate with the feed inside the 10. Does it get her out wide? He goes, shows and goes. Just in 2 minds in the end. He's taken the contact, but it's only first. Was Day slow to his feet. They're going to go back inside now. Again, not a lot of shape here from the Lions.
They're crowding themselves.
They've got very congested. They've still got 3 up their sleeve. Inside middle of the park again, very congested, lacking a bit of shape. Inside, outside, I never like that. Gets a better run there, does Daniels. Out coming to left edge, DeBeek. And again, lack of shape. They're going to come off though. That was the worst set you'll ever see. That results in 4 points.
Good try to call them Daniels.
It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty, but it doesn't matter.
Even
as we see, yeah, he's just like, what, are you giving it to me, bro?
Boy didn't want a bar of
what
that.
do you think? Like, what? Wow. So, complete lack of shape. In the end, didn't matter because they've gone over. It all comes from that turnover deep inside the 10.
In all fairness, I didn't like the tackle before that. And then on that tackle, I felt like the whole way Harry DeBeek was carrying that himself.
Yes.
Was happy to throw dummies on the outside. Yeah. Then Oy ends up with the ball and says, if it was anywhere, it's out to the wing, not me. Manages
like, what
to finish it off.
It's like a hot potato. I don't want this. But there was shape on the left. There was room out there. There had to be room out there because they were all bunched on the right. And super boot, Harry DeBeek.
Smack bang in front of the Rockingham bench.
Sure, he's still got thoughts of the grand final several years ago. We had to kick that ball to go into overtime. We thought it might be the last we see of him in the WA game, but he's back, and that's just gone wide. So the door's still open. Already gone, getting close to halfway of the first half. So we see this replay again. So DeBeek, and he's just, so he's completely out of sorts there. But I think that's probably what's opened up the gap, Nick. Because he's like, what? His marker to the left here, I don't know who it is, what number. He's like, well, hold on a sec. And he's drawn him in, so 7, I reckon.
Probably don't
so
need
Sean
to shut
Scott,
there.
He's probably, because he's found himself flat-footed. Thought, what am I going to do? And Scott thought, I'm in here to tackle, and he's opened up that gap on his right.
Kick return. Mason Hiko brought down 15 metres out from his own line. Running straight through him, Tim Noble. Now short one, Evans just wants them to work through the centre of the ground smartly here. Tackled by Christie, second up effort is on his way back as well. And I think that's what's given away the penalty. First bit of his tackling effort was good. Then just wheeled off the side of the tackle. Got re-engaged when he didn't need to. Gives away a silly penalty. South Perth kick it out. Over halfway, about 38 metres, the trip into goal again. Russell with the first. In fact, not Russell, we don't even have an 18 on the sheets. Find that one out at half-time for you. Short ball, Day. Strangled down by Worth. Making metres pretty quickly in this set, though. Langy, backdoor. DeBeek needs a switcher. Finds Oy. Short ball off on the inside again. Danger, danger, danger. Still got one to play with here. Flat ball out wide is shut down well. Now they're going to have to set up into their kick. Day's held up. Well, they're getting ready for finals and they want to go the trick play. We'll have a look now. Beak, flat ball, backs up with it. Lost forward, Corbin Daniels. He's having a little bit of a tough time out here on the left wing, that's for sure.
It's just to make just like, bro.
It's a weird carry into the line, had it loose through the arm of Batchelor.
But on the other hand, the ball is still camped down this end.
Very good march of a set. So what you want to see off the back of a penalty in your own half is the following three gets you into attacking position. Now it's got to look for another error off the back of the scrum.
Crashes into contact. Batchelor.
Barkley.
Oh, has he made a mess of that, has he?
Just had a bounced off the first bit of contact, and I think it's going to come from Logan Barkley, second tackler in. Take a look on the replay here. First contact, I think we're all square. Then the three of Barkley changes the angle on his momentum. And immediately all three of them turn around to the umpire going, I know you can't see what's happening over here, but there's a ball on the ground.
Well, again, camped inside this area. The Sharks just need a relieving penalty or just
Not
something.
an error.
Yeah.
DeBeek might go from half himself here.
It's been a while since he scored a four-pointer.
Inside ball, not going to be there. They stood off him. Why would you stand off him? Corbin Daniels finally gets his bit of respite. 23 minutes into the first half, South Perth have got 3.
Oh, what a better way to shift your game. As we see here, he's ignored DeBeek.
Well, for all money, they're all holding off him because they think this ball's going to go back inside to DeBeek. And you just got to commit to the man and trust that the fella's on the inside. How's the little stare on the way through? I'm tough.
That'll do his confidence. That'll do his confidence the world of good. He's dropped to what should have been scoring opportunities on that left edge, and now he's made up for it with a pie of his own.
14-0, kick to come. Still only 23 minutes into this first half. Pending how much time off and other things are going to be around here. Letting all viewers know, I know you'll miss me, but we'll be leaving this game early, leaving you with Dave at the end of the game. More fixtures all around Perth here for the team at LMSC.
You don't say that, Nick. People will tune off. Of course, it is Super Saturday. After this one, we're heading up north, and it is for what will be the final time in 2025. We'll see the South Darwin Rabbitohs and the Northern Sharks.
Don't put yourself down like that.
Oh, well, people are here for the footy, mate, not me.
Not me. DeBeek, another good chance. Last one went right. This one's easier. Made the touchies work, but eventually the flags go up. 16-0 here. 3 tries, 2 conversions. Zip on the other end. 1 ball. Look at the try here by Corbin Daniels.
Get out of my way, mate. Could have been better than that.
Rockingham been favouring just the straight long one so far today. Good hands to rip it out of the sky. Trying to just burrow underneath the tackle of Terrana. Noble. Double pump outside by Langy. Quinlan tackle. South Perth look for a little bit of width. Oh, bang. Another good hit in the centre of the ground by both. It's been good carrying the ball. Forces the start of the error this time for the Rockingham Sharks. They could have a good little look at some forward possession now.
Well, took forever. And finally get the penalty of their own. Ball out there. Might have been a bit of help, but as we've said all year, you do have the right to carry the ball.
.35 metres for the Sharks to travel. Just going to tie themselves up in the centre of the ground for now. Scott ignored out to the right. Falls instead for Siddons. Terrana. Flat ball for Bowles. Loose carry but manages to offload backwards. Siddons outside again for Emery. 15, maybe 16 metres out. Looking for something before we go to half time. They'll settle this one in the middle of the field. Options open either side. He's got to be looking for paint. Who wants a little bit of the action?
Oh, good
Balls for
speed.
Tamanu. Gets wrapped up really nicely on the outside by the 18 with no name. Flat, short side, off the toe. Just cuts back infield a little bit. Tackled in goal.
He's in goal. Well done.
And there's a bit of a crawl. I think the crawl was real late. Logan Barkley tackled in goal.
Good chase from Quinlan. Gets them another set of 6 from a goal line dropout. Let's see here. Oh, he's taking high. Referees let that one go.
Tricky to get it right in that circumstance.
He was actually falling to ground, so made more connection with the shoulder rather than the head. Around the grounds, thanks to cash converters. It is the North Beach Seagulls in the last 10 minutes of that game, or that half, I should say. They've taken the lead. They've gone over again, so 8 points to 6 at Admiral Park against the Joondalup Giants.
I want to start converting come final series, though. No conversions yet. That ball was flat at best.
And he's bubbled it.
Footy gods at the bottom of that one.
Skipper for the Sharks has given that one up.
Scrum down, 20 out from their own line for South Perth. You can just hear the general chit-chatter in the background. It's been pretty healthy all game so far. Yep. This past Players' Day is having a bit of an effect.
Well, they were expecting an absolutely chockers club room, but look at that. I cannot believe that 40 mil was forecast. I think it's coming late, but right now the sun's out, the guns are out, everyone's out on the veranda at South Perth, one of the best club rooms in the competition, if not the best. I'll be enjoying their rugby league and enjoying the hospitality inside on the bar. Debate goes inside out.
It's one of the old club rooms that's held the test of time.
Yeah.
They built it well. Built it once, built it well. Boy tackled centre of the ground. Metres are at a premium this set. This is only the halfway line looming now for Day. Quiet operator. Gets loud when needed, though.
Oh, get out of my way.
Trey Emery gets put on his back.
He's got it by everything. The scruff of the neck, the hair, the collar.
End of the set. DeBeat goes real high. Numbers circling for South Perth.
Oh,
go for the catch. Offload over
time.
the top. And Oy can jog this one in. Offloaded the previous. This time he'll jog this one in himself. South Perth looking pretty good out here on their run to finals and looking like they're going to hold that top spot come season's end. 20-0. 29 minutes into the first half with a kick to come.
So is that Langy? You see it here. I think it's Langy here. He's run through on that right. He's the only one really at South Perth that wanted to have a go. It was absolutely no match for the Sharkies fullback. Had numbers on the left, and all he had to do was raffle it off in the end once he'd won that. Big unit that he is, the South Perth skipper. And right now, it's going to script.
Haven't really had to test themselves so far this game. It's all just been working out.
Well, it's just been workman footy, hasn't it? They haven't had to reinvent the wheel. And North Beach have gone over again.
And is this already a second jersey for DeBeek, or has he just not gone into contact at all yet? Because that's starch.
Yeah. I don't think it is. I think he's just running down the back, and he's made to work. No, so he's a bit off today, Harry DeBeek. So there was a bit of pressure on that kick, but placed really well. And the skipper there, contested, put on his back for his troubles as well.
Surprised Langy went for such a catching effort there as well. They had 3 or 4 spare numbers. I thought more of a, I'll just go for a tap here was on.
We didn't have any support. I mean, you look at that, there was the skipper that contested, but there was still 1 or 2 options around him as well that was there to pick up the crumbs. Oh, great carry on first tackle, and he's stripped of his pants.
He's got the skins on.
Good use of the skins. It's talk about the non-use of skins up in the top end.
The non-use?
Well, it's a bit warm up there, you see,
Yeah.
so you don't need the skins. So when that happens, you see a bit more.
I thought it was more about the compression than that.
Probably is.
I don't know.
I wouldn't want to wear skins in the heat, that's for sure. But good set so far after points for South Perth. They're going that far edge again. 2, 3, 4 sets of hands. Judges on the edge there. And they've got to be, I was going to say, got to do well to keep themselves in. But just lost their shape on that far edge, and in the end ran out of space, and it was an easy pushover. So on fourth, a bit of relief there. Sharks will get possession just inside the 30 with the play the ball.
Good coming in from the side, David Quinlan. Just kept forcing the issue until the error came.
Had a very good meal of that.
Hugh. Outside ball. South Perth just a little bit lazy this set in defence so far. Slowest they've been up out of the line. Taruna has a little snipe from half. Well tackled in the end. Inside high kick. No one really chasing though.
No chase at all. Zero chase.
Ready
Zero
for the
pressure.
half-time break is reading that body language. Got to be danger. Not to concede one more here. Still a couple of minutes until we have to go to half-time.
Crunch.
It's a really good run. Billy Judge not held, is now. Expect him to have another piece in this set here, Billy Judge. Probably just giving those forwards a little bit of a break for now. Sideways through contact. Corbin Daniels just trying to milk a penalty at the bottom there. Eventually to his own feet. Beak sends it wide. Little show, but no idea fell for Langy.
Had the arm free.
No customers. That's
a
got to be forward.
horrible pass. Doesn't matter.
There's a hammy out there as well.
Yeah, there was a bit of a prop, wasn't there? Or was he just trying to jump over the ball?
I think this is a genuine little right there.
Yep, there you go.
Ping.
Yeah, there's a ping. Was it the calf or the hammy? No, it's a hammy because he was going down to get it, wasn't he? Well, he's still on the park, so tell you what, come off, get that rubbed. A day like this, there ain't no Epsom salts in that mud, I can tell you. Inside, outside, crashing the line. Sharks need something before half-time. They haven't been horrible, but they haven't been good.
There's the penalty. So you got a full set of attacking 6. Half-time looming. Where's the play? Where's the play? You've got to show us something for this second half.
Well, I'm getting a bit of deja vu. I mean, they carry well when they get to the inside the 10, but then they've got nothing on that 4th or 5th. So just hit up here, get the ball in the middle, give yourself some options. Again, 2 sets of hands. I want to spread this out, trying to find that gap. Read well, just driven backwards.
Slow.
Yeah, it's very, very flat, isn't it?
Chance in the middle of the park. Siddons, he'll run himself. Someone just needs to come from the back fence here. If there's no imagination, at least come from far back and have a bit of an impact. That's a really good ball. Chance for Rockingham.
Good coverage right at the back, had him by the coattails.
Tamanui stopped a metre short. Half goes himself. Certainly tricked the cameraman.
1 to go on 5th.
Quinlan plays now. Deep release. Tamanui. Grubbers towards the corner. Interrupted. Try. Sean Scott, 15 in from the sideline. No worries at all. And the Sharks, with just a little bit of creativity, get a repeat set touched on the way through. Finished off by Sean Scott. 20 points to 4 with a kick to come.
Well, it came from a mistake, but this is an intelligent kick. So he's just put it in the real right spot. They had numbers there, and it was always going to be a one-on-one.
My bad, I've got the numbers wrong there as well. Thought that was the 7 in Scott's, the 2 in Batchelor.
It was always going to be a one-on-one. He was always going to have to come inside too, where that runner was positioned. So again, they find some shape.
comes from the tackle previous as well, with that nice little inside ball to Detroit. Makes the defence nervous. We didn't see that coming. Now what are we looking for? And then you get the kick immediately after.
It was a good kick too. He's had to reshape that. I think it was a Beak that came at him. Is this shifted to his left? Kicking game is so important, especially on last when that close in. If you can dab it in the right area, especially with the beautiful shape of this netting, an oval shape, you have no idea what it's going to do, especially when it's rolling end over end. You're sitting inside your own goal line.
There's a new one the kids are playing these days. I'll tell you after this kick day. Actually, no, we've got time. They're playing up. So you grub the ball, any oval ball, and as it's grubbing, every now and then it gets the bounce up. So it's more of a timing game. You just randomly say up if you think it's about to kick in the air. And so there's a bit of announce to it. I played one game of up. I was all right at up.
See that around the... Oh, has he got it?
Outside.
No, I want to see that. No, he doesn't like that either. No, that's... Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong camera. That was a gimme. He should have scored that one. Should have slotted that and said the try again. You want to see that more of that around the schools, Nicholas, with the schools program rolling out for rugby league.
It's probably one they can add to the
40
curriculum.
50 odd schools. They get the schools they're going to have with the rugby league program.
All it takes is buy-in and they'll all be playing. Make it cool. That's kind of the objective. Nice little smash out sideways by Batchelor, the try scorer. 2 minutes to half time. That's a little bit of interest. Siddons has had a good first half. Another good carry by him. Settles it in the middle of the ground. Line speed has returned all of a sudden from the South Perth Lions now that they've just been scored on, but that's a lazy swinging arm. Another extra jersey South Perth have added out there. They've added 18, 19 and 20 separate from the team list. It was the 19 that time that was lazy swinging inside. Now the kick towards the corner by Quinlan.
There's a chase.
Detroit first to arrive, just on the outside. Good angles by Logan Barkley. Came across with the coverage well and just got outside that first chase. Settles in, resets it all for the South Perth Lions.
So it was a good set after points. They want a good defensive set. Keep them in their own end as we tick into the last 120 seconds of this first half. So far it is pretty good. Line speed is good. He tries to break through one, gets an extra couple of metres straight from dummy half. Broken through two. He wants to go through three. Taking his head off almost. Referee says nothing there. Jaden Evans with a great run. Past the 30 now, is he? Bit of muck in the ruck there. He's going to keep going. Wants to have a bit of chat. Share Beef Wellington. Recipes. And our try scorer, Corbin Daniels. That's come off the foot, and I've got no idea what they're going to call there. But we'll probably have a scrum down. We might have enough time to pack this.
I thought we were going to be okay off the shin there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe above the knee. I don't know. A little bit of concern for the Rockingham Sharks. Damien Worth looks pretty sore out there at the moment, the 13. He'll be looking for an extra little break across half-time. No one in a rush to play this one. Half-time looms at 20-4. Lions defeating the Sharks at the moment. Looking to hold on to top spot on the ladder. Taruna. Got a pretty calm day at halfback. Half-time whistle sounds and siren. Past Players' Day at South Perth is kind of going to plan at the moment, Dave McRae.
Certainly is. 2 early tries to South Perth off what you could suggest were some brain fades by Rockingham, some missed tackles. They finished this half well though. They've scored. They're going to the sheds with a bit of momentum. And up north in the game that we're also keeping an eye on, the Joondalup Giants and the North Beach Sea Eagles. Sea Eagles still with a chance, depending on results of claiming the minor premiership. Of course, the defending premiers, they're up 20-6 against the Joondalup Giants. Well, during the week, Nicholas, we're talking about youth. We're talking about schools programs. One of the biggest youth clubs in the state in the competition is a club down in Serpentine, Jarrahdale. They were established during COVID in the fastest growing government district in the state, and they're putting some really good work in, but unfortunately their growth is outgrowing their facilities, and they're struggling a bit when it comes to what they have and what they don't have. So we went down there during the week, had a chat to their players and their presidents and some coaches and some families to learn all about the Serpentine Jarrahdale Serpents, what they're doing down there and the challenges that they've got.
We've got approximately 120, probably 125 kids. We've got 11 teams. Some of the age groups from under 6s through to under 9s. It's multiple teams per age. Each year it's been growing every year, about that 30%, 35% growth. We expect growth next year, anticipate at least another 30% again. So, and we probably look at bringing us back the seniors team again next year as well. We've got a lot of interest in that area.
Club, it's very family. There's a lot of cousins around here. Coaches are lovely. We do need new lights though, so we can train longer.
This is our third year with Serpents.
It's only just started with our boys being interested in it and local sport starting up. So they all three boys wanted to get involved in rugby league. So it's what we support, and we'd like to support the local teams if we can. It's a bit hard supporting the club when we haven't got the facilities to really get behind it, you know.
It's that's sort of where you're a little bit torn, because this is our local club. We want to support it. We're showing up every week to training in the dark. There's no facilities. It's that catch-22. You want to be here to support the club, but you really need the facilities to do it.
What we don't have lights. We have one field. We don't have enough fields to play on. It is like we have one field for 11 teams. Now, we're one club. When we have, if we had a home game, that would be another club. So therefore, it would be about 30 teams with Willagee as well, over the three clubs that we play with. About 30 teams playing on one field. That's 30 games. So that's impossible. We'd be playing it, we'd be still finishing at this time of night on a Sunday. Well, we've got a very old toilet block over there with about 2 toilets each. No change rooms, and we don't have a canteen, but we do have a kitchen which we do utilise. It's not fit for purpose, but we still make use of it. It's good in that respect. So as you can see, we put on a good feed for the kids as well after training, because we're training at this time at night. We don't want kids and parents rushing home after training on the highway, because it can get quite dangerous, to actually rush home to try and get their kids fed. Like, we've got 5-year-olds, 4-year-olds sitting here. The playgrounds, they're in the dark, so kids are still coming to training with their parents, but they play in the playgrounds where there's no lights either.
We live in Byford. Our kids go to West Byford Primary, and this is our shire. So don't really want to go to Armidale Shire or anywhere else. So
yeah, obviously, you can see all the teams are playing under no lights pretty much, which is sort of a health and safety for the kids in there, which is not good. Can't really see anything in the dark, and it causes a lot of impact in the collisions and that, which is not good as well. So that being said, that we have to cut down the trainings a bit shorter than usual, which is not ideal.
Club rooms? No, we don't have a club room. That's our club room there. Rain, hail or shine, that's our club room. That's it.
Well, Serpents is a good club. We're a good club. We have. It's fun. It's cool because most of my cousins play with me in this team.
Because we live 5 minutes away, so we need it to be close so we can come play rugby. Because we used to live in Byford, so far away. So this is why we came here, to be closer.
When we were playing versing a different team in the muddy area, when we were finished, we got to glide in all the muddy areas.
Yeah.
And we got so dirty, and our parents got really angry at us.
Yeah, it was so funny.
We are resilient. We're established through the height of COVID, entered the competition. We forged through that with some good leaders and some good volunteers the parents stay stuck with the club, and they've been here to grow with the club as well. So, no, we'd like to be here to stay, as in the Shire. Yeah, we will grow, but we need a home. We need somewhere to play. I mean, we can't play in the Shire. We've got 120 kids. We'll have at least 150, maybe 160 next year, more. When you look at that into a financial point of view for the Shire, that's 300, 400 parents, guardians for the one club, have another club come here and play home games. That's another 400 people coming to the Shire. Close to about, I would say, to be generous, 600 at the game. In the Shire, accessing shops, businesses in the Shire. We don't have that. They've not had that this year because we don't have home games.
You hear there from the Serpents doing some great stuff. Fast-growing club. You see they expect another 30-40% growth, and of course the growth for rugby league with the Bears coming in, the pathways being established. We need the youngsters. We've reached out to the Shire of Serpentine, Jarrahdale, of course, their current location, and we had a response from them. So the immediate requirement is addressing the light situation, the place they've got. So there is an allocation, I believe, for some temporary lighting. Unfortunately, that's not going to solve the bigger issues of not having enough space. At the moment, Nick, they've got to they use a disused sort of community centre, and they've got to take all of their equipment all the way through the community centre to get it out onto the park, which is less than ideal. As we see the teams running out, so we'll put that up on the website as well, on the Facebook page. You can have a look at their response, but there's some work that needs to be done to support one of the fastest growing youth teams in rugby league in Western Australia.
I certainly feel for both sides there, Dave. It's so good to see community support from the clubs at clubland and growing centres, but it's that internal struggle of an old suburb now going nuts, compared to the new town planning, where we see South Fremantle, the Willagee Bears, all the facilities that can come around in these suburbs differently. So it's a tough one. But it's good to see the community forcing the hand a little bit out of the local government.
Obviously a bit of money going into rugby league, the junior pathways, and that's where, as we say, we're underway for the second half. A fair bit of
in front of that kicker.
In front of the kicker. And before I get on a rant, so a bit of money. So we need to look after the juniors first and foremost. And before we actually get right underway here, as we see the quick tap from the Sharks across or up the north, it is the North Beach Seagulls starting the second half of that game up by 20 points, 26-6 against the Joondalup Giants.
So are we on math watch here? Is it a percentage watch? I forget.
That's a very good question. So I'm not very good at that. I have to jump up and get the calculator as we get closer to the full time of this. If it does get close in this game, we'll have to say. I don't know how many points they need to... I think it's probably 20, 30 points they need to win by. It's not necessarily... it's not a massive task, but it really depends on what happens here.
Sure, the Rockingham Sharks, they might know that this game might be halfway gone already, but still have an opportunity to deny that premiership, minor at all. Fifth and last. Good work off the tap. Gives them an opportunity out the back. Scott just goes high for the wing. Not quite there, that's forward.
Good chase. Good to pressure there. We mentioned just before they scored that try, late in that first half, at the end of a reasonable set, there was no chase whatsoever. And Billy Judge was able to return 30 metres, 40 metres before he actually had contact. In that instance, it's amazing what a 4-point try does for you. You get some movement in those feet, you get some energy, get something to go into the sheds with, and all of a sudden we get a kick chase and a turnover and another set of 6. Crash the pack.
23 points was the points difference leading into this.
Wow.
So currently on track, you would almost say, the North Beach Sea Eagles. They got to win by 24 more points than the Lions this afternoon. Both teams will be watching those live scores. It's a good inside ball by Scott. Good angle on the reply as well.
Of course, if the Sharks can find something here in the second half and claim their victory, that's bad. Horrible shape. Surrenders in the end. It becomes a moot point because it really is up to the North Beach Seagulls. So the Lions, they win here. That's a good chase.
Good work by the big man.
Really good chase. Manages just, he's wrapped that around his back, has he? He's carried it. Managed to maintain control with the contact and keep himself in the field of play.
Now hard work carrying out of the line, the 11. South Perth, they look a little bit asleep here. They're tired.
It's not great. They've just come in the sheds.
And they were early out of the sheds. We were still expecting another break off our community announcements. This is a good little run, though, by Evans. Nice little offload. Away goes Langy. Pins his ears back, and well, a little bit of absorbed pressure turns into turmoil. 24-4, kick to come under the posts.
That's funny, isn't it? We just criticised their shape. They didn't look great, and then something from nothing. They've gone 40, 50, 60.
You don't need anybody in position out wide when your half can do that.
Yeah, Jaden Evans with a fantastic run. Some lax defence there. Too many people watching. And Batchelor did as best he could to chase him down, but once Langy got the ball in his hands from a courtesy of a great run from Jaden Evans, just carved his way through. I'm watching it again on the monitor here.
Good support
just
line.
Parted the seas, and they just sat and watched. So 20-point advantage under the post. You expect this one to be converted pretty easily by Harry DeBeek.
No, he's been shunted.
No, he's off.
Barkley. DeBeek probably be saying mine weren't from that position. No, I can probably get that one. One more look at this run again from Jaden Evans. It's just good. He was always looking around as well. Early to look for support, which is what you want to see while at full tilt. 26-4 now. Margin of 22. It's not the margin that matters.
No.
Let's see if Rockingham Sharks can behave at kick-off time. Yeah, they're all well behind. Beak, just a little offload on the outside. A couple of these subs getting an extended run for South Perth.
He's dropped the pill.
30 metres the trip. Fresh set. And the Rockingham Sharks can just start to work their way into a bit of momentum, hopefully. We're sure willing it.
Well, we want the minor premiership race to come down the wire, Nick. It's a good build-up.
This is George Hugh. Little flat ball, two off the inside. Line is approaching quickly.
Oh, what was that?
Not a great pass. Even worse attempt to catch the bloody
horrible attempt to catch him. Stuck the mid out for some bizarre reason.
It's just going for a punch.
Little tidbit for you, Nick. So, speaking of top positions and games that mean a lot, so we've been calling it a top 3 in the Westpac Premiership all year.
No, I got Donny last week with this.
Turns out it's not.
Top 4 in a 5-team
It's a top 4. So, no one bothered to mention. Someone actually mentioned that to us last week. Like, oh, right, okay, cool. But that doesn't. It kind of opens up the premiership because it'll be Roosters that'll finish second, and they now get a double chance at having a go potentially. Well, they will get a double chance, but they have a double chance of having a go at the rampaging Ellenbrook Rabbitohs.
Look, they finally had their armour broken. See if they can bounce back. Looking at the list they've had this year, I mean, Willagee Bears have been the threat, but yeah,
well, they've just dropped off. And last night was speaking of, like in this game, was speaking of lack of shape and you know, really, really good at running the ball up, getting to that last line, but just no imagination off last tackle, off last play. And they've lost a bit of their way. Last night it looked like they were relying on individual efforts. So they just need to find that form heading into finals, find the form that had them in a really good position early in the year where they were just taking all before them.
Maybe the Bears are just hibernating.
Possibly. It was a cracking game last night. If you haven't seen it, jump onto the NRL Pathways, watch the replay. Absolute cracking game. In fact, I'll be honest with you, the best games of the year have featured the Bears.
Bears Ellenbrook round 4. That was a classic.
That was a fantastic game.
This is Siddons in the middle of the park. When Vengabus went at full time, I sounded like a dork, but I was just excited. Tamoani.
Well, it's a big one for them. Both their men's and women's teams with significant victories this year.
Deep ball on last.
Plenty
Big
of time.
chase coming. Hugh Crunch doesn't hold it.
Yeah, no, he's taken
Shoulder.
it. Yeah.
He didn't really finish it off either, so he knew he was shoulder charging.
Yeah. Not sure what he was doing there. I think he's like, I'll make contact, but all he did was wrap him up and bring him to the ground. And the clouds have come out again. When those clouds come up, the ground does, those areas where it's a bit choppy, they do stick out a bit. Ducked ahead in there, tried to burrow his way through. Inside the guts. Tim Noble haven't called him much today. They want that far edge again. This time on the left side. That's a good carry. Stands in the tackle. Ben Russell gets a few more yards. Slow to his feet. Rockingham did well to slow that down. Thought about going inside out. Harry DeBake finds half a gap, just a toe. Oh, it didn't have the carry, but he's going to clean it up at the back. No, he's not. The try scorer from the first half is still going, playing a bit of dancing. Held up. Held up. Didn't quite get the bounce caught up in Daniels that he wanted, but it's a great ball from Harry DeBake. 2 in the bag here for South Perth. They've got to spread it wide. They've got numbers on that far edge. Just got to spread it. Good coverage from Rockingham. He wasn't held. Now he's over.
He just keeps moving, Billy Judge. Real good effort. Stopped about a metre short and then just started driving the big thighs. They just slipped off him in the end. They were all sorts here. Not really sure where the line was going to end up. Judge just took the contact and splits those two. Had a really good body position, kept shoulders above hips, legs long behind himself. Really a classic Union scrummaging position and just started getting the pump on. 30-4.
And he's second. He's second for today. He opened up the scoring at the start of the game. But taking, there was 4 that he took on. Got really low. And good message for all those youngsters watching at home. Play the whistle. Referee did not call held. You keep going until he says held.
And the repercussion is, can you come back and play?
That's
it's not a penalty
that's 100%.
against.
He'll just pull you back. So you just keep going.
Absolutely
you just keep going.
No reason.
And they have definitely Logan Barclay again. They've made a change. So Harry DeBake, maybe he's carrying something.
Carrying doubts.
I don't know. He's if you've got the record that Harry DeBake does, although that's pretty good effort, it's fallen. No, it's gone over.
Pressure being applied in the kicking duty department. South Perth a little smoky by Barkley late in the season.
We see again here. Just
Get the honours.
So he had 3 on his left, and he's just angled himself. You call it well, Nick. He's angled himself to the right so he can roll out on that side. Did really well, and he still had support on his right as well if he needed it.
Yeah. Billy Judge doesn't give.
No, Billy Judge just takes. And today he's taken 8 points. And South Perth are starting to pull away. Put some space in between them and North Beach, who at Admiral Park have gone up. Well, they're keeping in touch. They've gone up again. So right now they're neck and neck. 32 points, North Beach. 32 points to 6.
They really need a Rockingham Sharks try. It's going to be less about can they get an extra 20 points. It's going to be more can Sharks help them bring this margin back. Good kick to the sideline off the penalty.
North Beach as well are playing away, playing at Admiral Park, the last game for the Giants. So you'd expect there to be a big crowd there for the Giants. On the hill.
Straight by Corbin Daniels.
The Northern Derby.
Russell's getting desperate for one out here. He's the next tip on in the 15. He'll certainly get some instructions known. He's going to stay close to the ruck here. He's going to get ignored. Poor Langy. Switch in for Day. given an offload for Barkley if he spotted it, needed to be more vocal. Now he gets a chance. He has to give it off instantly. DeBeek, nice ball again for... He needs
is he
to
down? Roll. I think he is. I think they're
Sidelines
happy.
are claiming it. Spun over his back pretty nicely.
Referee likes it.
Oy gets another. Simeon Oy keeps extending this margin out. 36 points to 4 with another conversion on the way.
Let's have a look at this carry here. DeBeek lines that up. Spins himself around. Just has the... Sticks, I think it's behind his shoulder or over his shoulder. It's all about the carry. 36 points to 6. I love scoring has gone and pooped itself.
I reckon I've got about 2 more sets left in me, Dave, then I'm leaving you. Any pressure on the kicking spot if Logan kicks this?
I reckon DeBeek might be carrying something. I mean, he was... I can't imagine they'll make that change unless there is an issue, although he's doing okay at the moment.
I just had a little look at the second camera there that was actually on the man DeBeek himself, and just as soon as you heard the ball kicked, he turned his head just to check. Yeah, sure enough, that one's gone over as well, bud.
He's playing a different role as well today.
No sweat on the man.
He's been good. Had a hand in a few tries for his team today. I don't know what they're doing there. No one wanted to pick it up in the end. Collected, and Sharks have probably gained themselves or restricted probably 2 or 3 metres there. One complete after points. So again, it's all up to North Beach. They're the ones they have to chase. And right now the Lions are doing everything they need to maintain top spot. They had up to like a month ago, as we said, another bursting run here. Oh, is that? I thought maybe you'd done a hammy there, but it was dragged down by the shoelaces. DeBeek, show and go. Well, a double pump, I should say. Billy Judge was too much for him from his skipper. Probably asking a bit too much. He's put it down, so the Sharks will be able to reset.
Give me one here, Sharks. Last set of the afternoon for me. I want to see something special out of it. Going to be well controlled by Christie at half. Keep it in the narrows for the moment. Fullback helps a little. A nice straight carry by David Quinlan, who's had his hand in a lot of it this afternoon. 4th and they're 30 out. So it's going to have to be something high and central, you would think, from here. Christie checks over the shoulder one last time. In fact, they got one more tackle up their sleeve, so now they're only 10 out. Directly in front, we can look to the corners instead of central. Rockingham Sharks. Last look at them for one.
Oh,
that's just been stopped, and pretty good courage underneath.
Great courage. Those
had
boots,
to wear a lot of that.
Boots coming at you. You duck your head.
It's been a pleasure. Fuel to go and play for another
solo.
week. That's me, Dave. Enjoy the rest of this one.
Well, it's all up to the Sharks now. The Lions have done all the work they need to. Just checking the score up north. And the Giants have gone in. And they've narrowed the gap as we see a run down that far edge. Dragged down from the back. It was Daniels. They want to go in the middle of the park there to the skipper. Langy. Just in all sorts. Bit of a dancing. Drops the pill. Didn't look too confident when he took it. Didn't know where to go. Double pumped, had a dance. Dropped the pill. So the Sharks will get possession. Or they're saying a strip. I think they're saying strip. So let off. It was a strip, it was a penalty. So a really good position here for the home side in front of their home crowd. It's the tap. They want to go quickly. Day driven backwards. Want to keep some distance between them and North Beach. DeBeek shows the ball, goes himself. Was well read by the defensive unit. Stands in the tackle, eventually called held. Slow. Off to that far edge. Horrible pass. DeBeek makes it look better. That's a fantastic inside ball. Lined it up. And the Lions put some more paint on the board. Have a look at this here. DeBeek did really well. Inside ball, catch and pass. Oi lets in his teammate. He says, Oi, you go over, you have a pie. But DeBeek is having a hand in almost every scoring opportunity. He may not be taking the kicks, but he's playing a different role today and he's playing it well. Gathering that ball below his knees. There's a lot asked of him, and he had the answers. 42-4 with a kick to come. Let's see if we can get an update from Admiral Park. It's still our score, still saying 32-10. It'd have to be in a mighty final 20 minutes from North Beach to really put pressure on South Perth's grip on top spot. They have, up to a few weeks ago, been the form team of the competition. They had a bit of a hiccup, but all the work in the early part of the season looks like to have served them well. And he's just missed that one, so he's 2 from 3. We see this again. DeBeek did that well, picked it off the volley and the catch and pass. Put in the sub. Don't have a name for the 19. Big unit. So what have the Sharks got? Their final 20 minutes of 2025. This young side. Lions have played smarter footy today. In no hurry. They've got plenty of points on their board. The old boys will be loving it in the sheds. Slow to his feet. Got all the time in the world here. Barclay crashes right in. This close edge, Billy Judge tries to find his way through. He gets an extra couple of yards there, just past halfway. He's had a double already. Langy inside to Noble. Just crawls on the ground, gets a few extra yards. Langy again, second carry in the set. Here comes the kick. He was wasted after that kick. The referee doesn't blow the whistle. He does. We've been saying it all year. You've got to be careful when you put pressure on the kicker. It's not actually worth it. It really isn't. And South Perth will get the ball inside their 10 with a tap and an opportunity to put more pain on. Crash play, Noble. Got slow, Sharks. Almost dragged DeBeek again in the hands of that. They've got a huge overlapper on the edges. Needs to carry the ball, hold it up, and they go over. Josh Perring for his first. They had a huge overlap there. Just smart footy. And they're getting close to the half century. With a kick to come, 42 points, the better. So there will be no spoiling as far as the Sharks are concerned, and the bar will be pumping tonight as the old boys, the reunions, and everybody else at George Burnett are enjoying this display of footy for what will be the minor premiers, because Joondalup Giants are now gone in again. They've narrowed the gap to 20. Joondalup Giants 12-32. North Beach Sea Eagles at Admiral Park. Jalen Gray with a double up there for North Beach. Josh Irvine with a double for the Giants. Look at the hardest kick. There's been a change. Barclay, I think, is it still Barclay? DeBeek has been pulled out of kicking duties. Thought to fall short that one. No, he's got it. Just over the bar. 3 from 4. Stay with us after this. It's Super Saturday. West Coast Top End Rugby League. We're going up the top end. We go to Darwin as we see the replay of that try for Josh Perring. In the final stance, or the final game of the year for the South Darwin Rabbitohs and the Northern Sharks. It's an Indigenous round up there. We can't wait to have a look at the jersey that the Northern Sharks have put together. It's an absolute cracker. And of course the Sharkies have had a bit and a different end to the season. Now they've mucked that up and it will be a turnover. So after scoring the try, Josh Perring has got a muffed up on the first tackle. I can hear James Sullivan screaming, saying, "You've got to complete after points." His beloved South Perth Lions should be finishing top of the table, claim a minor premiership. But speaking about the DABSCO Premiership in the top end, Warren Park, the South Darwin Rabbitohs have got some extra cattle. They've come in from Gove United, so they think they might be in with a chance of getting their first win of the season in their last game. Looking forward to a cracking game up there with the call team. We'll go up to them in about 20 minutes' time as we see here with the Sharkies an opportunity to put a bit more respectability to this score, because right now it's not looking good. The show will go to the left. Quinlan almost gets through on third. In a good possession here. Tried something a bit tricky there to Christie. He's wrapped up. Ignored the runner. Here comes the kick. It's a good kick. It's a great kick. Did he get pressure on that? The referee says no. He had to collect it below his knees. It was a great kick and a fantastic run. Have a look at it here. Fantastic run. He just didn't get the bounce and he's dropped the pill. So absolutely real tough, but Damien Worth, fantastic effort from him. You never know if you don't have a go. The Lions just need to keep doing what they're doing as we tick the last 15 minutes of this game. Billy England's gone over up at Admiral Park for North Beach and they're out 36-12. I think they're probably going to leave it too late as Sharks. They get it. He's gone and surrendered. He didn't have the legs. David Quinlan didn't have the support and thought, I need to go to ground here. The smallest bloke on the field gets the most attention. Biggest amount of heart for the North Beach, for the Rockingham Sharks. Wants to go with it too. Plenty of fight. Scott pick straight from dummy half. Hugh wants to go for a run. There's plenty going on in this from the sidelines. The home crowd is loving it. And the Rockingham bench calling for something. Finally the penalty comes. This time I think it was an offside. Some right smiles for the Sharkies. They'll enjoy their off-season. Plenty to look forward to in this team. They're a young side. We've seen what they can do. Late in the year, they managed to towel up the North Beach Seagulls, who at that stage were definitely the form team of the competition. Goes inside, outside now. Can they score another pie? Still plenty of time to put points on. Crash play. Siddons, he's lost the pill. No. Manages to maintain it. Slow to his feet. That tried a bit of a trick play there. It didn't work. He's put his foot on it, Peter Worth, and it's going to come back. Plenty of questions being asked the referee. He's trying to trick play there. He's collected it. He tried to get it through his feet, I think. And we're going to come back for a knock on. And scrub down right on the 10. But he has. I think he knocked that on. So it's come off. I'll get a second chance. Chrissy with the feed. He's going to go off to the left from a standing start. That was a shocking pass. Well, George Hugh as well. Probably should have been moving. Don't stand there if you're not going to be in good position. Once you get the ball. Emery gets plenty of attention. Second run of the set. Hughes getting plenty of contact. And the Bronx cheers. from the South Perth supporters. Holds that ball up. Great run. Javro. And we've got, he just winces as he gets to his feet. They've gone backwards here, the Sharks. Good defensive set thus far. Bit of that. Drops the pill and standing over him. Have a look at this. Referees call time off. Lachlan Christie. The referee wants to have a chat to his assistant. Plenty of chatter. You can hear it in the effects mic. So I'm not sure what's going on, but it is a Sharks ball. They get another set of 6. That's a shocking pass. And Josh Batchelor sticks his hand up, acknowledges his mistake. As we tick towards the last 10. It'll be the last 10 minutes of 25 for the Rockingham Sharks. South Perth Lions don't need to do much. There is a first grade bride, a bit of muck going on in the ruck. There'll be something coming of this, surely. He's going to share recipes for Beef Wellington. The referee blows time off. Best locations for foraging mushrooms is what they're sharing, I'm sure. There's nothing in that. Just testing the structural durability of the ISC kits. So the referee blows time off again. I'm pretty sure he did it the first time, so we'll bring in the skippers. Lungy and Bolt will come in for a chat. The referee will say, "No, that fellas, we're here to play footy." And there might be an issue here because he's calling over someone from South Perth. There's a try scorer and he's gone. He's gone. Oh, it might be a double send-off. So that's end of his game. So it's a double send-off. Shake of the head from the try scorer. They have a number for the 19. So we're still, on our clock, we've still got about 11 and a half. But they're going to play the next 10, both teams with just 12 players. So time's back on. So here we go. What does this all mean? With 2 on the bench. It's probably the best potential result you could have for a bit of muck like that. Send 2 off from both sides. Here comes an early kick. Be a good chase on that far edge. Oh, what a great bounce! What a try! There was a bit of luck involved there, but I tell you what, it looked pretty good. Ty Emery, the Snedden gods, bounced that ball right into his chest. Have a look at this. But we've said this all year, it doesn't matter about the bounce. What matters is the chase. Because if you're not there, you can't collect it. Ty Emery with a great chase, an early kick. It's only going to be a lucky bounce if you're there to collect it. And he liked it too. He'll get that replayed on his highlights for 25. Inside the last 10 minutes. We'll go around the grounds thanks to Cash Converters. And we've had a couple more tries scored at Admiral Park, North Beach. 38, Joondalup 18. They just cannot break that 20-point gap. Joondalup being a thorn in their side, and they're not going to get enough in the last 10 you would expect for them to reel in South Perth on top of the ladder. As we hear the Bronx cheers, there's plenty of hospitality by the sounds of things that's been going on at George Burnett this afternoon, and I'm sure there will be well on into the night. That's not a great kick. Doesn't matter in the context of the game. Shake of the head, right smile. I'm sure Scott, we see this again. Oh, look at that. Rugby league god smiling. He liked it. Oh, why wouldn't you? Great way to finish the year for Trey Emery. So we'll probably get 90 seconds-ish when both those yellow cards will come back on. Rockingham just want to complete after points here. Run straight at the line and says, get out of my way. In the end, it takes Hicko to bring him down. Great run from both. In the middle of the park now. In 2 minds, bit of a dance. Wrapped up by the skipper, Langy. In the guts, here's the try scorer. Dummies to his right, took the contact. From dummy half, off a standing start, and just allowed him to be wrapped up by Judge. Throws the ball because he had the arm free. They'll go again. Bit of a pump to his left. From Turunga. On the 5th. He'll come the kick. The last kick was pretty good. Just chips over the top. Good chase again. Can't pick it up. He's knocked that on. And Hicko, is it? No, sorry. Langy. No, what? Skipper. Now it goes to Hicko. Oh, they're not available. My apologies. Slow end of this game here. The result well and truly settled. The dying minutes of the Rockingham Sharks season in 2025. Good through ball there, just double pumps to his left, inside out, still going, dishes it back. Didn't look pretty. Still playing with it. DeBeek flings it to Langy. Langy just wants to run at the line. Plays in the 15. It's Russell, dragged down on 5th. Spins it in to beat. Nice kick. Is it going to stay in the field of play? It will. And Oi will score his second of the afternoon. And that's the half century for the Lions. And they have done enough to secure the minor premiership in 2025. And if they haven't already, the bar staff at George Burnett need to change the kegs. And DeBeek again. I don't know how many tries assists he's had today. They get the stats man to verify that. I'm going to go with 5. I've made that up. Around the grounds. Thanks to Cash Converters. We've been speaking about the game at Admiral Park. Still 38 to North Beach playing Joondalup 18, but we've been so remiss of us not to mention there is a game going on at Weber Reserve. The Willagee Bears hosting the Fremantle Roosters. And there's a fair bit involved in that as well, because the Willagee Bears are currently sitting in 3rd spot, and similar to their women folk, their back end of the season, they've dropped off a bit, while the Freo Roosters are finding some form late. Good time to find some form, and currently they are leading the Willagee Bears 36 points to 20, as that one has gone over 54 to 8. We see the replay here again. DeBeek, deft kick. Didn't have to do much at all, goes over untouched, just needs to plant it down. And Oi gets another ball, gets another 4 points. As he gets rewarded with a stint on the bench. Last 5 minutes of this one. Stay with us for the DABSCO Premiership in the top end. South Darwin searching for their first win. Bulked by a trove of Gove players. Taking on the Northern Sharks, who've had a different end to the 2025 season. Last year's runners-up. Some of them went fishing, and there's a gap, half a gap, plays him in. Lange, he'll go for his double. Good run there. Finished off well under the posts, and now it's party time for South Perth. Bit of a training drill. Great run from your hooker. Jaden Evans is not the first time he's done that today. In fact, his second blinding run opened up the defensive line, played in a teammate to score some points. There'll be a few people that owe him a couple of bevies tonight. Slots, the easiest kick of the day. So you see Lange again with his second. Wasn't expecting this scoreline, if I'm being honest. The question remains, what does this say about South Perth? Does it say everything we need to know about the Lions, or does it say more about the Sharks? Of course, they had everything to play for today. The Lions just maintaining a grip on top spot by points only. All of the old boys at the ground, enjoying the history of the club, reminiscing on past premierships and past games. All they had to do was win. And here's a good run off first tackle on the kick return. Don't know what he's doing there. He's dragging him forward. Josh Perring, he scored a try as well. Did better in that kick return. The last one, he managed to drop the pill. 2 minutes running in this one, 2 minutes to change. Thought about going to his right. Manages to get a good carry there. There's Noble. Offloads. Still going. Referee didn't call it held. They want to go quick. Lange. Double pumps to his left. That didn't go backwards. That bobbled forward. Was asking a bit. I'm not sure if that ball was supposed to go to Judge. Last 90 seconds in this one. Will it be the year of the Lion? Apart from a few hiccups late in the season, they have been the form team in the comp. Remained undefeated for a long time. Last 60 seconds of the Sharks season. I don't want to leave any more points on. He's got to swing that laterally. Lange, the skipper, played very well today for South Perth. Kicks early. Maybe not. Didn't get a lot of purchase on that. Good defensive set from the Lions. Barclay can't go anywhere. Can they get some more points? De Beek fires off a long pass, goes inside out back to De Beek. De Beek's found half a gap, looking for some options. Kicks truly, or kicks early. Well, that wasn't played at though, so not held. Flings it back. Might find half a gap here for the no-named number 11. And is that full time? I think the clock has run down, but the siren has not sounded. It doesn't matter. The referee's blown full time. 60 points to 8, and we can say with certainty that your 2025 minor premiers will be the South Perth Lions. In the end, it was the top team coming up against the bottom team. And to the script, it was the Lions doing it in front of their home crowd, and a good final hit up for them heading into the break before they go into finals. For the Sharks, there's plenty to look forward to for them, a very, very young team. And they showed some early signs. They showed they could mix it with the big boys. They defeated what was the top of the table North Beach Sea Eagles a few weeks ago. They strung a couple of wins together late in the year, so plenty to go into the pre-season on. But it'll be rocking at George Burnett Park this evening. I'm sure they'll all be hanging around watching some rugby league, and I'm sure they're going to be watching the rest of Super Saturday, because we're going to take a quick break from here, and then shortly we'll be going up to TRL Stadium, Warren Park in Darwin, for the DABSCO, the last round, the DABSCO Premiership award, with the South Darwin Rabbitohs looking for their first win of the season over the Northern Sharks. So, from George Burnett Park, and for the Rockingham Sharks in 2025, it is goodbye. We've got a week off. Make sure you join us on Friday night footy for the Westpac Women's Premiership in Western Australia. And make sure you stick around for the DABSCO Premiership final round. It's a first grade break by next weekend, as we see the highlights here. Thanks for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a quick break and we'll throw up to the Cork team in Darwin, led by Cam and Axe from WBCH for the remainder of Super Saturday. But from George Burnett Park for right now, it is goodbye. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Well, good afternoon, good evening, and hello from, well, as we see on screen there, Cam from We Can Be Heroes. It's the second half of Super Saturday at the top end. The final stanza of the DABSCO Premiership, the South Darwin Rabbitohs hosting the Northern Sharks. And Cam, can you hear us, mate? How is it in bright and sunny Darwin? Well, it's pretty horrible here in Perth.
Well, have a look at this, Dave. We're here at Warren Park, beautiful conditions. Sun is just setting over the back of TRL Stadium, and this is absolutely
pristine.
Absolutely great conditions. I can hear all them in the background and me on delay.
Sorry, we'll see if we can get that fixed for you. But yeah, mate, I tell you what, I'm a bit jealous. I'll be up there in a few weeks, but it's absolutely pristine conditions down there, and it's pretty horrible in Perth.
Picture perfect conditions, Dave. It is round 15 in the NRL NT. It is Indigenous round in the DABSCO True Flow Services Premierships. And we've just been treated to the final game for the South Darwin Rabbitohs here in the True Flow Services. It ended up 74 points to nil. The Northern Sharks over the South Darwin Rabbitohs.
We just got the last week's results.
As we can see the ladies.
Sorry, mate, up on the screen, and the one that sticks out for me, Cam, was the cracker that you and the team called, the Darwin brothers and the Litchfield Bears, 24 apiece. I think that's the first draw of the season, and I tell you what, that's a preview for this year's potential grand final. What absolute cracking game that was.
It certainly was. Brothers came out of the blocks very fast through the short kicking game of Aaron Kernoth. They ran away to a 24 points to 6 lead. But in the second half, Trent Wedding and his short kicking game turned the tables on Brothers, and the Litchfield Bears, through their fitness and their short kicking game, they got right back into the game. And we had the last 5 minutes with the scores locked at 24 all. Both teams had a shot at a field goal, but they weren't able to break the deadlock. So it finished up at 24 all. And most likely we'll see 1v2 being the Litchfield Bears and the Darwin Brothers. Litchfield Bears have secured the minor premiership. There is a permutation that could still take place this weekend. We've got Darwin Brothers who will be playing up against the Nycliffe Dragons at the moment. It is not quite full time yet. That's out on field 1. It is a close game, but if the Dragons were to get an upset over the Brothers, and if the Raiders were able to defeat the Bears, we'd actually have a change in the ladder position. We'd have the Raiders finishing second and the Brothers finishing third. But most likely we're going to have Bears 1, Brothers 2, and then Raiders 3.
Well, luckily we've got...
And what that means, Dave, is that...
I was going to say, luckily we've got vision from both grounds. All 3 grounds actually coming in live here, so if we need to, we can... if it gets closer, we can splice some vision and have a look at what's going on at those other 2 venues, mate. But this is the fixture we're up against tonight. It is the opportunity for the South Darwin Rabbitohs to potentially get their first win of the season, and my understanding is they're coming into this with a fair bit of confidence because they've been boasted with some extra players coming in from out of town. Is that right?
Absolutely. We've got players flying in from Gove to support the South Darwin Rabbitohs tonight. This is the 3rd time these 2 teams have met in the DABSCO Premiership. First time was back in round 5, and it was the Sharks 70 over the Rabbitohs 10. They met again in round 10, and it was the Sharks 60, the South Darwin Rabbitohs 10. But tonight I think it's going to be a very different game. South Darwin have been building towards the back end of the season. We've seen them play with a ton of heart, but they've lacked numbers on the field. However, they've been able to name a full squad for tonight, and so that should really help them, particularly in the second half. The Northern Sharks, well, they've played well in patches this season, but they are off the pace. We've seen them feature in the last 4 grand finals. This year they're going to miss out on finals football. They've been really inconsistent with who they've been able to name as 1 through to 13 on the field. So they've named a pretty decent side tonight, but they are still missing some of their big name players as well. No Sali, no Samaika. We're missing a few players there that we've come accustomed to performing well. So Souths are going to be coming in with everything to play for. It is a home game for them here at Warren Park. It's the final game of the season. It's Indigenous round, and we're going to have some special strips being made up for tonight. I get the feeling that South Darwin are really coming in for a snatch and grab job. Where the Northern Sharks, well, we'll just need to see what mindset they bring onto the field. They've got enough quality on the field to win this game, but if they don't take the field ready to play, the Sharks might actually get out to an early lead and might be really difficult to chase down, particularly with those Gove boys. Well, we were at this ground, this park, a couple of weeks ago, and it was the South Darwin Rabbitohs that went down again, but you mentioned in the call and in your post-game with the skipper or the coach for the Raiders, I think it was. I mean, they don't go away. I mean, they've had a lacklustre season, but they do try to the end. And as long as they can maintain that spirit, they're in with a chance, aren't they? Well, absolutely, Dave. You know, that was the game where we came over and we called between the Raiders and South Darwin. And the score was lopsided in the end to the Raiders. However, the heart shown by South Darwin was second to none. They started the game with 13 on the field, 1 on the bench. They had a player sent off and they had about 2 or 3 players injured, but they kept playing injured. They didn't give up all night, and it's that sort of heart that South Darwin will hopefully bring into tonight's game, plus the injection of those Gove players. And the talk around the club, the Daniel Roach coaching the team this season has given them a real lift. I think there's a real positive vibe around South Darwin, and if they can keep this going in the next few seasons, we might see them return to strength and move up the ladder in the coming seasons. Well, what surprises me about the South Darwin Rabbitohs, obviously there's a bit of a personal connection for me there as well. I've got my good friend Lumpy Crow who lines up for them. Unfortunately, he spent some time on the sidelines with a knee injury. All best to him, hoping to catch up with him soon. But they just get around each other, and even though they've been smashed from pillar to post every week, they turn up. As a club, their socials are fantastic. They seem to have a really good culture. As long as they can stick together, it's like they can build that, as you've said. There's potential for them, as opposed to the Sharks, as we saw a couple of weeks ago. They had an opportunity to maintain, well, at least push for a spot in the finals, and a couple of them decided they were going to go fishing. Well, they have struggled to get 1 through to 13 out on the field consistently. They have had a huge injury toll this season. We spent a couple of hours this morning with one of their halves, Cooper Field. He joined us on WCBH this morning on Darwin's 97.7, and he spoke about the injury toll at the Northern Sharks. He spoke about this season being somewhat of a rebuilding season. He said there's still a good positive culture around the club, and hopefully this is a blip in the radar, and hopefully this time next year they'll be lining up to play some finals football. But you're right, Dave McRae, that was the game against Brothers where the game was called off at halftime. The Northern Sharks called that game off, and that's what gave us the opportunity to call the Raiders and Souths game. And that's the sort of attitude I was speaking about before, that if the Sharks bring that into tonight's game, South Darwin Rabbitohs can get a win tonight. We're only about 5-ish and a bit of change minutes away. Might take the opportunity to do a bit of a round the grounds there, Cam. You've obviously got the updated scores from the Galley and the True Flow. Any surprises come from those? Sorry, Dave. In terms of around the grounds, in the True Flow Services Premiership, we've seen full time between the Brothers and Dragons games. That's 42 points to 24. Congratulations to Darwin Brothers. They have gone through the season undefeated, a 15-0 record, absolutely sensational, plus 630 in their for and against. We've seen the Litchfield Bears 18 defeat the Palmerston Raiders, 18-14, the Bears over the Raiders. And here tonight we've seen the Northern Sharks 74 defeat the South Darwin Rabbitohs 0. In terms of the DABSCO Premiership, we are just waiting for a full-time result in the Brothers versus Dragons game. The latest score update I have is Brothers 24, the Dragons 16. So a much closer game than we would have expected, and that's good for the Dragons. They will feature in finals football. They need to get their best team out there on the field, particularly your likes of Butcher, Shirley, Westrup, Walkup. There's so many great players there. If they can get them out on the field for finals football, they've got the capacity of causing an upset.
Well, we're just seeing. It might actually take some vision, Cam. It is an important game, but on across the way, across town, there's an important game going on at Palmerston because it's a big event. You probably know more about this than I do. I think that's your old team, isn't it? There's a gentleman by the name of Chuck Norris. What a name! Who I believe has put in 30 years at this club, and tonight is lining up for his 300th appearance.
Yeah, spot on, Dave. My old club's the Nightcliff Dragons, but you're right. Chuck Norris, 300 games for the Palmerston Raiders, a 30-plus years association with the club. He's won 2 premierships there as captain. He's won a Frank Johnson medalist. I believe that was when he was playing for the South Darwin Rabbitohs, but he's done pretty much everything in rugby league up here in the top end. Chuck Norris, 300th game. And he still keeps himself in exceptional condition. He's an absolute competitor. And that is a big game out there at Raiders Park, of course, a Raiders home game. And we see the Bears up against the Raiders, two teams that are absolutely clinical. Last week we had the Bears versus Brothers, and that was a dynamic team in Brothers up against the clinical Bears. But tonight we are seeing... Out there, we are seeing 2 very clinical teams, low mistake rates, very fit teams, 2 teams that have a very similar game plan going head-to-head. It is 1v3 out there, and I think the Palmerston Raiders, they are a little bit of flying under the radar, a sleeping giant heading into this final series. We talk so much about Darwin Brothers being last year's premiers. We talk so much about the Litchfield Bears being this year's minor premiers. We're not talking a lot about the Palmerston Raiders. Well, they probably love that because they're flying under the radar, but they are the 3rd team in this big 3. And don't forget, the only team that has defeated the Litchfield Bears this season has been the Palmerston Raiders. And they did back in round 5. The Raiders 24 defeated the Bears 22. That is the Bears' only loss this season. Of course, last week we saw 1 point come off the Bears in that 24-all draw with Brothers. But the Palmerston Raiders are the only team that has been able to defeat the Litchfield Bears this season. And so for me, they are absolutely flying under the radar and the sleeping giant in this year's DABSCO Premiership.
Well, I tell you what, timing is absolutely perfect because we're taking some highlights from Palmerston right now, and they've just got themselves a 40-20. So they're on the 40 line with a good opportunity to be the first to score in that contest. And the first few minutes, we've seen 3 or 4 minutes. Tell you what, they are absolutely chomping at the bit. And if I was the Bears, if they get close to getting over on second, a real danger game for the Bears. And they've got plenty to play for with Chuck Norris's 300th. You're on the sidelines, I believe, by yourself tonight, Cam. We mentioned Indigenous round and the Sharks and the Darwin Rabbitohs have put in a fair bit of work. I've seen some pictures online of the Sharks jersey, but I don't know if you've seen it, I believe it's a pretty special Indigenous jersey.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. We've got some great designs coming through for the Indigenous round. The Northern Sharks jersey has been designed by Jasmine Mick. Beautiful jersey, tells the story of the Sharks, led by their president and their committee. We'll see that tonight. Hopefully we see some other beautiful designs coming out through the Indigenous round, but we've been sent a photo of the Northern Sharks jersey. Tony Crow, General Manager of the NRLNT, has sent that through, and it is a beautiful jersey. If you get your hands on one of those, it will definitely be a keeper.
So I can confirm that with that play, it is the Palmerston Raiders that have scored first. They've scored under the black dot, so they've got a conversion to come, which do you think they will dobs? They'll go 6 points up within the first, 3 minutes of that game. So they're signalling their intent pretty early as we just see on the other camera, we'll just see the Sharks walking in the background. We're only probably a minute, 2 minutes away from kickoff here at Warren Park. But hopefully a good contest, Cam, for these two sides, and really hoping that, especially those Gove players, do we know how many have come up and who they are for the South Darwin Rabbitohs?
Dave, a bit hard to hear you there, but can I ask who kicked the 40-20? Was the number 6 Chuck Norris or the number 7 Bradley Hansen?
Really good question. Really good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but it was kicked early, and it looked like it might have come off Chuck Norris, but But they've signalled their intent really, really early, and they look like they've come to play. So, of course, plenty to play for them. But the first 5 minutes they've scored first, as the Bears now have an opportunity to try and defend. So, I'm just having a look now. It looks like we might be a little bit behind it at Warren Park there, Cam, because looks like the Rabbitohs are going into the sheds. In my clock, we've got 30 seconds before kick-off. Obviously, that's not correct. The Raiders, the Palmerston Raiders currently up 6 points to 0 in that game across town.
Yeah, that's not a surprise to me. As I just said, that they are the sleeping giant. They are sitting third. The most likely scenario is that they'll verse the Nightcliff Dragons in the elimination semi-final in a few weeks' time. And then they'll have to battle the loser of Brothers v Litchfield to make it into the grand final. But they're just so clinical. They go about their business. The Palmerston Raiders, they are definitely going to trouble whoever they come up against in the final series. And it would be really interesting to see that game out there at Raiders Park tonight. Two teams play a very similar style of football. Great kicking games from their halves, low mistake rate, both tremendously fit, prepared to work their sets, as opposed to Darwin Brothers, who are so dynamic and are willing to attack from anywhere on the field. You see both the Raiders and the Bears really work their sets, apply more pressure with repeat sets of 6, and then wait for their opportunities. They're tremendously patient. They don't panic, and that's where they get points.
Well, the Bears have managed
But it sounds like if they are throwing a 40-20 in nice and early...
Oh, it looks like have they got a turnover here?
It sounds like they might be chancing their arm.
Yeah, it looks like they are. Just a mistake there. I think it's a knock-on. So, off a good set. The kick was chased down, but luckily it's come off as a knock-on in the scramble on the ground. So the Bears have a penalty here, and they've got a chance to attack inside the 30. But we're still waiting for the teams to come out as we hear the siren at Warren Park. I think we are a little bit late with the kickoff here. Our clock says they're behind by 60 seconds. But I tell you what, Cam, if you're living in the top end, enjoying the conditions up there, if you're a bit late, who cares? Because it's not like it is down here in West Australia, would it? It's cold, wet and muddy. So great place to be playing footy up in Darwin at the moment, as we see the Bears hitting the line up at Palmerston.
Yeah, look, Dave, if the big axe was here right now, I know he'd be telling you it's a beautiful 27 degrees here at Warren Park. There is absolutely no breeze around here tonight, so there'll be no advantage in terms of the kicking game with the breeze. It is fairly humid as well. It's around about the 50%, and so it is good conditions for rugby league here tonight at Warren Park. The pitch is absolutely dry, picture perfect. You couldn't ask for better conditions for top end rugby league.
The Bears have gone in, Cam, as we see the Sharks come out. The Bears have gone in, so they've, with a kick to come, the chance to level it. So it could be a shootout at Palmerston as we see the Northern Sharks come out, and that is an absolutely cracking strip. A fantastic tribute to an Indigenous culture up there in the top end. And here, Cam, I might bid you farewell as you host what I'm looking forward to, hopefully a cracking game at Warren Park and an opportunity for two sides to finish 25 on a high. We might throw it over to you, Cam, and it's your show from here on in.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And as you can see, the Northern Sharks are out on the field wearing that beautiful design for the Indigenous round, designed by Jasmine Mick. We see the South Darwin Rabbitohs coming out from their sheds. It is their home game tonight. They're moving out onto the field. And joining me in co-commentary tonight is Chris Foy. And the Northern Sharks, they will be kicking off. They will be running right to left on the screen. South Darwin will be running left to right. Of course, South Darwin have the inclusion of those Gove players in their team tonight, and they have a debutant, young Bodie Boehm in jersey number 15, making his debut for the South Darwin Rabbitohs tonight. But the Northern Sharks through Jaden Mick, who's playing halfback tonight. He will be starting off. He's going to kick long and deep. South Darwin juggle it, but they're able to control it. And it looks like it's Gamini who will be bringing it back for South Darwin. They'll bring it from the acting half. Good evening to you, Chris Foy. Great to be joining you here from Warren Park.
Thanks, Cam. Yes, as you mentioned earlier, as actually said, a great evening. And looking forward to a good contest for the last game of the season for these two clubs.
Absolutely, round 15, both of these teams won't feature in finals football, but both teams have come here with plenty to play for. South Darwin might get the ball back here. It will go into touch. It hasn't been touched. Flag goes up. Was that inside the 40? I think he might have kicked it outside the 40 there.
No,
Change over there, so it will be a Sharks ball. Good set of 6 for the South Darwin Rabbitohs to open the game. Some good work from their forwards, Mitchell through the centre. And now the Sharks, they'll get their first use of the football. Oh, that's a solid hit. They didn't miss on Joviani Hunt. He gets to his feet, he'll play the ball back. They'll go again, the Sharks. They're just shy of the 40. Gee, you could feel that hit from the sideline. They take... Joviani Hunt, he did get to his feet. They'll go the blind side there, the Northern Sharks. They push it out to the centre. He'll be wrapped up on the 40 metres. Brings it up over the 40, in fact. So now we're into the red zone of South Darwin. Colley's at acting half. Pushes it through. Falau he's wrapped up there. Colley goes the blind side again. Now to Colling. Runs, gets the ball away, but it will go into touch. Flag's gone up. They went down the blind side a few plays there, Chris Foy.
Yeah, they certainly look like they're going to spread it both ways and really try and test the South defence. They've certainly got options out wide with a bit of speed, the Sharks.
Missing a few of their players that have featured in those grand finals from the last few years, but they've still got quality out there on the field. South Darwin have been bolstered tonight by those Gove players as they receive the first penalty of the night. Penalty is awarded just shy of the 40-metre line, so an opportunity for South to kick for touch and bring the play up over the halfway. Well, I don't think that's going to find touch. It doesn't. The Sharks are able to come up with the ball, and they will bring the ball back through their fullback, Zaro.
Bit of an error there from Jake Ranger.
Ranger would have wanted to find touch, probably just pushed it for a few too many metres. And now a penalty now to the Northern Sharks.
The pressure on the neck from the big South front rower.
Yeah, we've got...
Sharks take their penalty kick and try to push themselves down into South's attacking.
Well, that one's well and truly found touch. It's gone over, past the fence, into the next ground. So the Sharks now centre field with the ball. They're about 10 metres out. They've got options left and right. Which way will Colley go? He goes to the right. That's the open side. Coming back in is Falau Maloa, who's going to be hard to stop. Beats the first, can't beat the second. Will he crash over the line there? They look like they're celebrating. Falau Maloa, I think, found his way over. Well, you can see where he hit that ball with a full head of steam there. He bounced through the first one. The second and third met him, but he's such a big man. He kept driving. And as he crashed over the line, he came over and was able to plant the ball down, Chris Foy.
Yeah, certainly with a bit of momentum, a hard man to stop. Got a bit of size about him. And a little bit of deceptive work there from Colling and Colley in the lead up to that. Spreading the South defence a little bit left and right. And then the big man straight up the middle makes an impact right next to the posts. And gives Sharks a chance to go 6 points in front with this conversion attempt.
No. Well, a chance to add the extras now. This kick will be taken just to the left of the uprights. The kicker will be Jaden Berto for the Sharks. Gee, we've seen some impressive tries scored this season from front rowers. Falau Maloa, he's picked himself up a few this season as well. Flags go up, so it is 6 points to 0, the Sharks over Souths, and we've had about 5.5 minutes of play so far this evening.
Yeah, a fairly good start there from the Bunnies. They're certainly not shirking the task. That was pretty well constructed little interchange of play for the try. But they're willing. The South side, they're certainly willing.
Sharks restart play. They'll kick to the right. It won't be that deep. The Sharks will get the ball, put a nice little step on. Now it's going to be a foot race as they come down the left-hand wing. Oh, he's going to go all the way. Jaden Mick playing in the halfback position tonight. He is going to race the length of the field to score a try in the left-hand corner. Well, the kick from South Darwin wasn't that deep. Jaden Mick took it on the full. It was a nice little step there, and he beat the defender coming through. There was no one coming up from the wing, and then he was able to step and swerve his way through. And Chris Foy in a foot race. Jaden Mick is very quick, and no one was able to catch him.
Certainly took off like the proverbial scalded cat. A nice little step there too, from when he'd taken the ball, to be able to get around the first line of defence.
It was.
But yeah, once he came down a little bit of a jink in to beat the first line of cover, and then he just took off and certainly showed the South side a clean pair of heels. He was held out a bit wide. The cover from the far side winger coming across has kept him scoring out fairly wide, so it's made the kick for a bit more difficult.
And this is a positional change for Jaden Mick. He has been playing on the wing for the Sharks. Tonight he's been named at the halfback position, and
certainly showed his winger speed.
He certainly has. You can see why he's played on the wing so far this season. Berto from the sideline coming in to take this kick, about 3 metres in from the left-hand touchline. Strikes the ball reasonably well, but it's going to be waved away. So it's going to be 10 points to 0. We've had about 8 minutes played so far in this round 15 game between the Sharks and the Bunnies. It's the Sharks 10 and the Bunnies 0 as Big Axe joins us on the sideline. Just finishing off his dinner, it looks like. He's got a tray of olives, protein shake. What else you got, Axe? Feel free to join the call anytime soon. And they go short this time, South Darwin. It's an awkward bounce. I think the Sharks are able to dive on it without mistake. It was a wobbly sort of kick, but the Sharks have come up with it. It's 10 points to 0 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Of course, tonight our game day sponsor is Northern Transportables, and when we go around the grounds, we'll be going around the grounds for McDonald's, and a penalty is blown to the Sharks. What's that penalty for, Chris Foy?
Looks like he's tried to rip the ball out after he's called held.
And that man Jaden Mick's going to kick for touch. Falau Maloa now with the ball. As Axe pulls out the chicken parmigiana, he's got everything here on the sideline. Maloa gets to his feet, plays the ball back to Collie. Now this is to Adam Hall, the big front rower. He throws the ball back. It comes to Berto, the fullback. Ozaro, the fullback, I should say. Collie at acting half. Numbers on the left, numbers on the right. Mix on the left. They'll get a penalty there, the Sharks. To quote Dave McRae, a little bit of muck in the ruck there, Chris Foy.
Referee seems
The Sharks will take the tap through Williamson. Chance to put the Bunnies back under pressure here. 10 minutes into the game. They go to the right. This is Mick. Underneath is Adam Hall. Watch for the quick play the ball. He's very hard to bring down. He likes to play the ball from his feet without going to ground. He gets a quick play the ball away. They go to the right now. They pull it through Colin. There we go. We're going to see a try here, will we? Are they able to bring him down? I think they've been able to bring McPherson down just shy of the line. Well, it's a nicely constructed piece of play, but McPherson's been brought down just shy of the line. They bring it back to the left. The South Darwin have gone for an intercept. Referee rules a knock-on. I think he's ruled the knock-on off the Sharks. So a let-off for South Darwin. Looks like they'll get the loose head and the feed there. They look fairly structured and organised in attack, the Northern Sharks tonight. We know they're capable of some great football. We just haven't seen it consistently this year. As South Darwin on the attack with the counter, they'll bring it out to their winger. He will be wrapped up there by Jaden Berto. No, he gets away from that. He'll keep going. Brings it up over the 30-metre line. Well, I think this is the third or fourth penalty so far in the game. The game's only 11 minutes old, and I think that's penalty number 3, number 4. Number 5. Well, that kick's found touch, no problems there. South Darwin will get the restart up on the halfway, and it'll be their fullback Riddle, who taps the ball, and he'll look to combine with his centre in Afiaki. And Axe, welcome to the call. It's great to have you on the sideline.
Yeah, good evening to you, Cam. Good evening, Chris. It's great to be down here. Definitely finished off a solid gym session. Have the protein shake to call off and the chicken cindy for dinner. Unfortunately, this late in the season, the hot dogs are gone, Cam.
South Darwin with the ball through Malilangi. Malilangi, they bring it back to the right-hand side through their 5/8 in Ranger. Ranger will get it out to his winger. This is Wayambo. Wayambo, he's been difficult to tackle so far tonight. He is brought down about 15 metres out from the try line. Wayambo, he'll play the ball back. It will go through Cross. Cross will bring it out centre field. They put a short kick in, South Darwin. There'll be a man under it. It looks like Gamini. And I think Gamini's over the line. Will he be able to get the ball down? Well, they're celebrating South Darwin. Referee awards the try.
Exactly.
And it looks like Kane Gamini has come down with the ball after a short kick. Well-placed kick. Now it's 10 points to 4 with a kick to the come. Nice little try there from South Darwin. I tell you what, their winger, Jono Wayambo, he's been good when he's had the ball. Difficult to tackle, difficult to catch first, to tackle.
Certainly very entertaining, and I think what we might see for the rest of this game is a bit of a attack fest. Last game of the year, I don't think defence is going to be top priority for either of these sides. Throw the ball around and let everyone have a bit of a run.
So it was Kane who scored. He's wearing jersey number 11, but he's not playing in the back row. Looks like he is playing in his usual centre position out on that left centre. And it was the halfback, I think, Morris, who put that kick in. Nicely weighted kick, just enough wait time, enough hang time for Gamini to get through. He caught the ball. I think he was unchallenged, and then he was able to get the ball down. Kick is waved away, so it's going to remain 10 points to 4, 10 points to 4. 14 and a half minutes of play so far in tonight's game, round 15, Indigenous round. It is the Sharks versus Souths. 10 points to 4 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. And Cooper Field joining Big Axe on the sideline. He's already spent a couple of hours with us this morning. Great to have you back, Cooper.
Cooper, good evening to you, and welcome to NRLNT, the clash tonight between the Bunnies and the Sharks Indigenous round. You played B grade prior to this and into the A grade clash. How are the legs?
Yeah, no, they're feeling pretty good, actually. You know, the sun was out, it was scorching, but, you know, had a little bit of a break on the sideline, so, you know, our legs are feeling good.
And it's still early days in this game. It's 10 points to 4. And how do you see this game shaping up for the Sharks?
I think the thing that's going to determine this game is, you know, who wants it the most, really. You know, everyone, you know, obviously we still want to be having fun, but, you know, it's whoever's hungrier for this game. So I reckon
nice.
whoever
He's
determines
up,
that
he's
now,
away. Hold the phone,
yeah,
Axe.
they're
We've
gonna
got the
come out
back
on
row
top.
for South Darwin. Afiaki, he's gone through.
Well, a great
And there'll be a
insight
penalty there,
from
Chris
Cooper
Foy.
Field.
10 in the bin as well. Professional foul. Sorry to interrupt you there, but we just had a great piece of play there. Afiaki, the South's back row, put through a beautiful gap. They brought the ball to the right. A great run from the back rower. It was eventually brought down, but then a professional foul in the play the ball there. Referee sends the player to the bin. Looks like the fullback in Bailey Zaro will spend the next 10 minutes in the sin bin. So South Darwin back on the attack. It's 10 points to 4. It's 13 on 12, and this is Mitchell with the ball. He is centre field. Souths will bring it back to the right. Actually, it'll be the acting half will go for a scurry. Won't be able to find a way through that wall of Sharks defenders. 3 in the tackle there.
Sharks down to 11 men. They one off and one down, which just interfered with play there. So the referee's called that.
Yeah, what is the call there, Chris? So we've got a player down injured. The ball's gone into the injured play area where the trainer is, and that has resulted in an error. What's the call?
Souths have taken the ball that way, so and made the error. So it should be a Souths error, and therefore Sharks ball.
Yeah, well, we can see Jaden Mickey's got the ball in hand, jersey number 7 for the Sharks. So spot on, Chris Foy with the call.
Good decision by the referee.
Sharks come away with it from the scrum. It is 13 on 12 now, 13 on 12. Great defence there from South Darwin. And that ball has popped out. Well, that was a big lift in defence there from the Rabbitohs. The ball has popped out. The Rabbitohs will come up with it. Just a loose carry there, no hand in the ruck. I think you're right, Chris Foy. This game is going to be an attack-a-thon. Gamini moving around the back of the scrum, coming over to the right-hand side. He's the try scorer. Afiaki now with the ball. He's going to run himself. Runs on a diagonal run towards the corner post. Brought down. Gamini stands at first receiver. It will go to him. He just runs it back into the markers. I think he's crashed over. That's his second try there, Kane Gamini. Well, I didn't think he was going to be able to find a way through. In fact, I don't think he was trying to find a way through. I think he was just taking a settler run. He's ran on a direction back into the marker defence, but he's just so difficult to bring down, and he's crashed over for his second try tonight, Kane Gamini.
Yeah, very rangy build, hard to tackle, and as we mentioned, I don't think there's going to be a lot of defence in this game. And but a great run from the second rower. Afiaki, I think, was...
Yes, great run. Well done.
That's him. He
Number
confirmed
12,
it for us
Afiaki.
as he walks
Great run
past us
down
on
the
the
sideline.
sideline.
Well, 10 points to 8 with the kick to come. This is going to be entertaining. I think this is going to be close. South Darwin have come to play, and the Northern Sharks have got quality out on the field, so I think we're going to have a very entertaining game here tonight. 19 minutes of play gone so far. Jake Ranger will take this kick for the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Oh, it hits the post and goes through. Well, the post assisted him there, didn't it?
Great kick there from Jakey Ranger.
Scores a lock now, Chris. 10-all. Up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
Keeping time with the clock. 20 points scored in 20 minutes. The restart there. Jared Mick. And in the tackle, Damien Mick in the 3.
Well, Chris, I haven't got the final score through over there on field 1, but the latest update was Darwin Brothers 38, Nightcliff Dragons 16. There's no players out on the field now, so we're just waiting final confirmation there.
I think it ended up at 46-16.
And then what we've got so far out there at Raiders Park is 6-all. 6-all between the Palmerston Raiders and the Litchfield Bears in the 1v3 clash. We go around the grounds, of course, for McDonald's as a scrum will pack down here on the halfway.
A loose carry from the Bunnies.
So a Sharks loose head and the feed on the halfway. They will look to go the open side. That's Jaden Berto with the ball as he approaches the 40, brought down by 2 South Darwin defenders. Holiday in 16 as Axe heads off to put his dinner in the microwave. Collie gets it out to Williamson. Williamson, good run there, beats the first, goes to ground, promotes the ball another metre. Collie at acting half again. He's got Mick on his left. He goes to Mick. Shapes and brings a player underneath him. That's Versteeg on the field now. Cameron Versteeg comes underneath Jaden Mick. They go the short side here, the Sharks. Brought down in a beautiful one-on-one tackle, ball and all tackle. Just dropped him. Short side, Sharks. Push it out to the winger. A lot of traffic there. Will he get bundled into touch? Throws the ball back infield. South Darwin have come away with it. Referee restarts the set count there. South Darwin pinned in their own area. They'll look to work the ball out. They'll want a set of 6 with no mistakes and get a good long kick away. It's 10-all here at Warren Park up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. They'll bring it the open side. It looks like they're going to spread the ball. They're going to go wide there. There was a chance for an intercept, but he's got it out. He's got it out to his winger now. He's going to be bundled into touch. Wayambo, he got the offload. He looked to take on the player on the outside, but he was bundled into touch. Well, just when we were saying that they needed a good set of 6 in attack to get some metres before getting a kick away, they pushed the ball wide, they pushed the ball early, and it's gone into touch. A little bit of panic play there, or just pushing the ball a bit too much, Chris, for you?
Oh, everyone's having a go tonight.
Fair enough.
And that's good. But Jaden Mick was up to the task then to put Wayambo out.
McPherson hit heavily there. Gimini in that tackle there. They go the open side. This is Holiday again. Penalty there. Penalty goes to South Darwin. Marcus not standing square, Chris Foy.
Yep.
They tap the ball here, the Sharks. Bring it up through Williamson. And the ball's come loose there on the first tackle, and South's counter now. Bring it out to about 15 metres out there. Ball just popped out there. South Darwin, they came up with the ball. Referee restarts the set of 6. So what will South Darwin do now? Will they bring it wide and will they bring it early, or will they play it through their forwards? Dusty Briscoe. They take it back centre field. That's a good run there. Malangi. Malangi will play the ball back to Cross. Cross will push it out. Comes back underneath his Gamini. He's been a handful tonight. Scored 2 tries so far, Kane Gamini. They're into the Sharks territory now. They push it to the left. Morris. Half break there. Closes pretty quickly. Fifth and last now. We've got players screaming for the ball out on the right wing. What will they do? Will they kick or will they put it through the hands? They're going to put it on the toe. Short kick there. Souths could come away with it here. Has he grounded it? They're certainly appealing for the try, South Darwin.
I don't think the referee's convinced.
They had numbers
it looks
on
like Sharks have made the ball dead. He's pointing to the under the goal post for a dropout.
Yeah, that ball was certainly in play.
Yeah, very probing little kick from Denzel Morris.
So the Sharks restart play with the goal line dropout. It comes out. They aim it for the sideline, but Afiaki comes away with the ball. He beats the first. The second and the third will be able to bring him down, but he's had a great start to this game. Really difficult to put down the big number 12. They'll push it to the left. No, they won't. They'll run from acting half. That's 2 there now for South Darwin. They'll play it back. Cross. They'll go the crash play. No, Cross will run from acting half. Tries to burrow his way over and he's in. The referee's going to point to the spot, and South Darwin, they have hit the lead for the first time in tonight's game. It is 14 points to 10, Chris Foy.
And I haven't seen a lot of Souths games this year, but
Anthony Cross.
Maybe the first time they've hit the lead all year.
Possibly. No, that game against the Dragons earlier in the season, there was a big comeback from the Dragons. I think it was 34-32 at full time, but Souths led in that game. But I think you're right. Since then, this is probably the first time they've hit the front.
Happy to be corrected, and they're having a crack. The red and greens.
Well, they're more than having a crack. They're 14-10 in the lead on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard with a kick to come. We've had about 26 minutes of play so far. And Chris Foy called it early. This game is going to be all about the attack, and both teams are bringing plenty, especially the South Darwin Rabbitohs, really prepared to push the ball wide early, and they're finding plenty of metres there. They're playing plenty of attacking football tonight, South Darwin.
Yeah, it's really good to see that. It's great to have them. This is a home game for them. The crowd's here to watch their club members and see their team go out at the end of the season with a good effort and a great kick again from Jacob Ranger.
16 points to 10 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. It is the South Darwin Rabbitohs. The South Darwin Rabbitohs that lead this game 16 points to 10 over the Northern Sharks. I'll tell you what, the Afiaki brothers in jersey number 4 and jersey number 12, they've added something to this team tonight. We need to find out, are they some of the fly-in players from Gove? Lumpy, Afiakis, are they from Gove? Yes, we've had confirmation there from Kieran Crow that the Afiaki brothers are from Gove. Absolutely added tremendous attacking prowess to the South Darwin side. And this is one of the Afiaki brothers bringing it back in jersey 4. Now they'll bring it centre forward. So we've got Simi Afiaki, jersey number 4, playing out in the centres. And Telia Afiaki playing in the back row, but he is playing a very wide back rower in jersey number 12.
They're very mobile and.
Oh, here we go. We've got a half break. You're right, Chris. Very mobile.
Oh.
Great pick up there. Difficult bounce to pick up there. Clean hands.
Great effort from Zaro, but it looks like he might have been hurt in the tackle.
Obviously, he's back on the field now. He's served his 10 minutes.
Yeah, I just counted that at the kickoff. They were back to 13. Seems to have recovered.
The Sharks centre field with the ball. They'll bring it up over the halfway into Rabbitohs territory. Rabbitohs force the player back a little bit. They'll run from acting half. They're going to go nowhere. The referee says play on. He said the markers were fine. And now they've lost metres there. Some great South Darwin defence. Don't overplay at South Darwin. Sharks to the feet, back in their own territory. Collie will look to bring it up back into South Darwin territory. This is great defence here from South Darwin. Real steel to their defence tonight. They've come to play, both in attack and defence. They bypass Adam Hall. They'll go to Jaden Mick. He'll put it up. It's a wobbly torpedo kick. It'll come down to the fullback. It's Andrew Riddle. He's taken it cleanly. And he'll bring the ball back up to Folau Maloa. And Folau Maloa collects him with the assistance of Cameron Versteeg. And now South Darwin, they bring it through Afiaki again. We're on our camera side, so the right-hand touch line for South Darwin. I'll push it back to the left now. Prepared to throw the ball around South Darwin tonight. Back through the centre now. That's the fourth. You've got numbers both sides, cross. Directing traffic there from acting half. Afiaki beats the first tackle, bounces off, looks for second phase play, doesn't have a runner with him. He'll get up and he'll just drive the ball deep. He's up to the 40-metre line now. Great run by Afiaki, and that will be the fifth and last. Off one, off two, off three. Who's going to come away with it? Got a knock on there. We're going to have a turnover there. Will be a Sharks ball.
Certainly plenty of post-contact metres there from the Afiaki brothers.
Sharks player just standing in the tackle from acting half. We've got about 9 minutes till half time. 16 points to 10 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard as Adam Hall, great run. And they're the sorts of runs we've come to expect from him. He'll normally follow it up with a good quick play the ball. Plays it back into South Darwin territory. Still plenty of time on the clock before half time. I'll bring it to the open side. Colling will bring it out to Mick at half back. He puts a short pass to Versteeg. A nice little run there. Versteeg running off Mick. Birdo at acting half. Markers were early. Referee says play on. Mick beats the first, beats the second. He's going to go for himself. He gets the ball on to Birdo. He brings it back infield. Versteeg again now. Ducks under the first tackle. Eventually wrapped up. Fifth and last now for the Northern Sharks. They'll look to Colling. Colling puts it high. There's players underneath there. It's come off a Sharks hand. Has it gone forward or has it gone back? The Sharks have certainly come up with the ball and planted the ball down.
Claiming that they'd knocked it back, but the referee didn't agree with them.
All right, so we've got it off a hand, off the Sharks' hand, projected forward into another Sharks' hand. They've regathered, they've put the ball down, but as Chris Foy said, the pass has been ruled forward, and South Darwin through Gamini, he's got the ball in hand, and he brings the ball back up over the 20. Just arrows that play back into the markers there. Looking to soak up some energy from the Northern Sharks in forcing them to make the tackle. Mitchell does the same, just running back in at those markers. They've got second phase play here through cross here, South Darwin. Bring it back to the left. Malangi, he's been good as well. There's been plenty of effort put in by this South Darwin. There's been plenty of workload being carried here. Mitchell through the forwards again. This is a good set from South Darwin. They're forcing the Northern Sharks to make the tackle. They're forcing them to use up some energy. They'll put the ball on the toe now. It is high. It is to the left. There is a player underneath it. Berta will take it on the full. Looks to combine with his fullback in Zaro, and he does. And Zaro will bring it back. Beats the first, can't beat the second. And that was good play there by the Sharks fullback in Zaro. Berto will bring up through the settler to take some pressure off his forwards. That tackle did look a little bit high there, Chris Foy.
Yeah, the referee was on to that, but they tackled really well for the first couple of tackles. Zaro poked his head through, and if he had got away then, he would have made great inroads down this side of the field. But they were able to hold that, and from the next ruck there was a penalty given, kicked out well by Jared Mick.
Cooper Fields on the field now in jersey 20. Referee's going to say tap it again, Cooper. Field taps the ball, gives it off. He'll add another dimension to the Sharks' attack. Of course, we've got Jaden Mick at halfback. We've got Jared Colling at 5'8", and with Cooperfield coming onto the field, just another playmaker out on the field for South Darwin to keep an eye on. Here's Jaden Mick running with the ball. A little bit of a show and go there. They'll push it to the right through Colling. Colling goes himself. I think he's going to crash over, will he? Will he get the ball down? That's going to be the difficult decision for the referee. There's players everywhere there. Referee points to the spot. It's 16 points to 14 with a kick to come. Let's see if we can get eyes on the try scorer.
He's done it all himself, Colin.
He has, hasn't he? A little show and go to the right, and then decided to angle back in slightly to the left and take on the defenders. And he had a bit of work to do. He found a way through. He's got the ball down, and the referee was in the perfect position. So 16-14 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard with a kick to come. Jaden Berto, ball in hand, lining up for this kick. And this score feels about right heading towards halfway. It really has been in balance. It's been back and forward. Both teams have been chancing their arm a little bit. Both teams have been pretty good in defence as well. It feels that it should be locked up at half time. And Jaden Berto has a chance to level the scores 4 minutes out from half time.
Yeah, the rearrangement of players in the Sharks team and giving them the opportunity to play in some new positions, maybe a nod towards next season with Jared Mick particularly. I would have thought with Cooperfield around that they would have had him at halfback, but looking forward, give everyone an opportunity. There's no sheep stations on this game, that's for sure.
We had Cooperfield on WCBH this morning, so he joined us in the studio for the full show. We had a chat about the Sharks, and he mentioned today that Jaden was lining up at halfback, and I just think that's another string to the Sharks' attacking bow, having Jaden Mick and Cooperfield. And you called it earlier in the game with Jaden Mick. He showed his speed of his winger. Like, both of those players could play wing, they could play fullback, they could actually play hooker as well. They're giving themselves options for the future. And look, after 4 consecutive grand finals, they're not going to be there this year, but this I suppose you don't want it to be a slide down. You want this to be a rebuilding season for the Sharks, and blooding players like Jaden Mick, Cooperfield in those positions sets them up for a real positive DABSCO Premiership in season 2026. And for that matter, if South Darwin can continue this connection with Gove, with the Buffaloes out there, great opportunity for them to build the club. A little bit of push and shove, centre field.
Yeah, tackle was a bit high. The referee was right onto that. Told them to put their handbags away and let's get on with it.
Well, you can call that, Chris, from the sidelines. Pretty tough play out there, centre field, but you're right, the penalty has been blown. Referee's going to call a player out. He's calling out Mitchell. Mitchell's the captain, of course. So
and Collie.
And Collie just wants to have a chat to the captains.
Minute to go. Let's finish it off without too many issues and go and have some oranges.
That's exactly right. A minute left on the scoreboard. In fact, about 90 seconds left on the scoreboard. 16 all. Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Jaden Mick will kick for touch. And the Sharks a great opportunity with 90 seconds on the clock. Enough time for a full set of 6 to go in and score just before halftime. In the shadow of halftime, we will see here Williamson with the ball. Good solid run there off the tap. They've got numbers here on the Sharks on the left-hand side. taking a long time to get to the play the ball there. Referee eventually blows his whistle and tells Williamson to play the ball. They'll bring it to the open side now. Bit of a breakdown in play there. Holiday ended up with the ball. I don't think it was meant for him. Now they go to Jaden Mick. He puts it on the toe, kicks through. There'll be a bounce there. Who'll come away with it? Birdo's come away with it, and he's going to score the try. Well, it was an awkward bounce there. It bounced through. It went through the South Darwin hands, didn't it? But Birdo came up with the ball, and he was already over the line. All he had to do was fall to ground, and he did that spectacularly well. And he's picked up another try.
And there's certainly a height discrepancy there. As soon as it bounced up, it went over Wayambo and straight into Birdo's hands, and all he had to do was fall down in the in goal and score the try, which will break the impasse at half time, and he's going to attempt to put another 2 points on the board as well.
Well, it was an interesting play there. They went down the right-hand side first, and then they got that big back line to the left. It looked like they were going to put the ball through the hands and play some of that coast-to-coast football. But as the defensive line come up to try and defend against that deep back line that the Sharks had, that's where the Sharks put the ball in behind the line with the kick. And Birdo running through, he got the lucky bounce. It ended up in his hands, fell over the line. And there's 4 points to the Northern Sharks. So 20 points to 16 with a kick to come. Birdo from the sideline. We've got errors 5-3. Sharks 5, errors South Darwin 3. And the penalty count Sharks 6, South Darwin 3. Birdo a kick from about a metre in from touch. That is the left-hand touch line. 4 point margin now, a chance to add the extras and take it to 6 points. Flags are waved away, so it will remain 20 points to 16. 20 points to 16 at half time. And Axe is going to try and get himself an interview.
Lumpy. Please.
Yeah.
South Darwin prop and captain Travis Mitchell with me at home game round 15 Indigenous round. It's the last round before we go into finals, last round for the Northern Sharks and the Bunnies. Look, the scoreboard reflects tonight. It is a really game of intensity and passion. It is so close and there is so much out there to think about and to talk about. It's one of them games where ultimately if you see an opportunity, you can't think, you can't hesitate. You just got to dive in and grab that opportunity. How do you see the game?
Yeah, it's a battle out there. So we talked about before the game. So last chance to redeem ourselves. So, we're just going to leave it all out there. Boys are fighting hard. These boys are putting up a good fight as well.
And I think the scoreboard really reflects how good the first half was. We go away, we have a break, we come back for the second half. How do you see that half playing out?
Oh, look, we're going to leave everything out there. Nothing's going to be left. We're just going to regroup. We just started to lose our heads a little bit there. We'll talk to the boys at half time, just settle a little bit. Just come out and just play some simple footy and the rest will come.
Just go the play-by-play and I guess not worry what happened the last time, but go play-by-play moving forward. Really quickly before we wrap it up, talk this season for the Bunnies. It's been good.
Yeah, look, it's been tough, mate. It's been tough, but we've had a good time. We've enjoyed our footy. And that's what it's about in the end, just boys coming together and having a bit of fun. Yeah.
Well, I'll let you go and address the side. Good luck for the second half and well done on a beautiful season here for the South Darwin Rabbitohs.
Awesome. Thanks, mate.
Well, that was good of the South Darwin captain, Travis Mitchell, catching up with you. Axe at half-time, of course, half-time here at Warren Park. We're out on field 3, and it is the Sharks 20 leading South Darwin 16 in a very close and entertaining game, and the inclusion of those Gove players for South Darwin, that has absolutely added another level to South Darwin tonight.
Absolutely, Cam, you're right, and for our viewers, a very warm welcome to the sideline stuff as well. And it is just a game where it's so close on the try line, on the scoreboard. The try line is hot property tonight, Cam. We spoke about it this morning on Darwin 97.7 on WCBH, our sports show, our morning sports show. I knew it was going to be a good contested game, but I'm very surprised to see how close it actually is. And I'm looking forward to the second half and seeing what the captains are going away and address the teams now, what they can come back, iron out the silly stuff and come back for a blockbuster second half.
The inclusion of those Gove players, in particular the two Afiaki brothers, they have been exceptional for South Darwin. Simi Afiaki, jersey number 4, and we've also got Atlia Afiaki in the back row, jersey number 12. They have been dangerous every time they've got the ball. We've seen Kane Gamini, he was listed in the second row, but he's playing out in the centre. He's picked himself up a couple of tries. We've seen Morrison Ranger for South Darwin in the halves, combining really well. Cross is giving them really good service from the acting half position, and Travis Mitchell, he's been fantastic up front. So this is about as good as we've seen from South Darwin all season. They're right in this game. It's round 15, it's Indigenous round, it's the final round of the season for South Darwin. It's a home game. We're here at Warren Park. The stage is set for a big game for South Darwin, and they're absolutely bringing it. What are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, look, they know what needs to be done and they're going to get the job done. I'll be interested to see who comes away with this. I feel it's going to be like it's just a game where they just need to play by play. Just focus on what's at the moment. Don't try and think about what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Just think about the play in front of them and focus on what matters.
Well, let's talk about the Northern Sharks, because they've been inconsistent this season, but they've been very good tonight. Zaro, who's been great at fullback, he spent a little bit of time in the sin bin, but the time that he's been on the field, he's been very safe at fullback. The inclusion of Jaden Mick at halfback tonight, he usually plays on the wing, but he's at halfback tonight. He's been so exciting. We've seen him run probably 60, 70 metres to score that try off the kickoff, but his organisational play around the ruck and combining with his hooker in Collie and his 5/8 in Colling has been really good. And then when we saw Cooper Field come on to the field for the Northern Sharks, just another attacking option there for the Sharks. They've got lots of players who can organise, who can create something. And then we've seen Falau Maloa, Adam Hall up front, McPherson and Williamson in the back row been really strong. With Birdo on the wing, he's come up with the try. They've got options on the field as well. So as you said, Axe, this game is poised. Where do you see this game being played in the second half? Do you think they'll take it through the centre, or will they continue to chance their arm and push the ball wide, put a few short kicks in and try and get that open attacking play happening?
Look, I really feel like the wings are not an option tonight. Just here in Warren Park, I feel it's a different playing field it's a different playing field from TFL 1 to main field here, but I really think the wings aren't an option tonight. It's all about the centre. Watch Cooper Field, watch Adam Hall, watch the Bunnies bounce back here.
All right, it's half time here. It's 20 points to 16. The Sharks lead the Bunnies. We'll take a short break and we'll be back for the second half. South Darwin restart play. Adam Hall for the Sharks. He'll bring the ball back. Jersey number 8. Good run. Good kick return from the front rower for the Sharks. Good quick play the ball from Hall. Oh, has that ball gone forward? No, he's hung on to it. Referee says the ball's gone back. A little bit of a nervous moment there for the Sharks to begin the second half. Up towards the halfway. Good run there. McPherson up into the South Darwin 40-metre line. Colling back to Williamson, I should say. Williamson, short ball onto Mick. Mick tries to get on the outside of the play, gets the ball over the top. There's something happening here, gets it out to
Damien Mick.
Damien Mick. Cousin? Uncle? Damien's been playing for a long time, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has.
And Jaden's only come into first grade in the last few years. Gets the kick away, but South Darwin have cleaned it up. They'll get the ball back on the 20-metre line. Kamani Gamini's ready to go. Referee's not ready. Sends him back to the 20-metre line to restart that play. Gamini runs into some solid defence there from the Sharks. Bring it to the open side is the Bunnies. Oh, good solid hit there. Stays on his feet. Gets the offload back to Gamini. Gamini will run it across field, eventually coming into Colling. Colling and McPherson making that tackle. Well, we've seen the penalty go to the Sharks here, Chris Foy. We saw a defender impeded there.
Oh, when he played the ball, he took the marker out, pushed the marker over so he couldn't chase.
Right. Well, that's silly stuff from South Darwin, isn't it?
Very. A good first little section of play though here. You know, the first set from Sharks was very strong. They played it very well, and then good 4 or 5 tackles there. Good take in the in goal and restart, and a good 4 tackles before that silly mistake, unfortunately, for the Bunnies.
They put themselves under some pressure just before half-time, and the Sharks came away with points, and now they've put themselves under more pressure, ball in hand, giving the penalty away, and now the Sharks have a chance to bookend that try just before half-time. They'll look to score just after half-time and open up a little bit of a lead here. The score is 20 points to 16 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. This is Colling. Colling is running himself. He is brought down. Colling at acting half. There's no one there to tackle him, is there? Picks the ball up, runs from acting half. No one in front of him. Markers weren't slide. The players just didn't slide, and he just found his way straight through. Plants the ball down, and as I said, they've been able to score just before the break and just after the break and open up a little bit of a lead here, the Northern Sharks.
Yeah, that last 5 minutes and first 5 minutes of the second half is always a danger time for sides, especially when they're in the position that South have found themselves. You know, they're the last place side for a reason. They don't have the quality. They don't have obviously the connectivity, because they've got people coming in and out all the time. So was always going to be a risk at those periods of the game, and it's turned out to be like that. The Sharks, to their credit, they've taken full advantage of it. And you would expect, I mean, it is 5v6, but there's a definite gap between the Sharks and the Bunnies.
Well, they have defended quite well tonight, South Darwin. There may be, I don't know, they just a communication issue there on the line where they just didn't get across and close that gap, but they were found wanting there. Collie just picking the ball up from acting half and able to stroll over for a try.
He's a smart footballer, Collie.
Crafty hooker, crafty acting half. South Darwin will restart play here through their halfback in Morris. He will kick long.
And let's hope they can apply themselves now.
McPherson.
Stop that run of the Sharks over the last 10 minutes of game time.
And just around the grounds for McDonald's, Chris Foy, we've got the Palmerston Raiders 24 leading the Litchfield Bears 6. That's out at Raiders Park. That is a 1v3 game. The only team to have defeated the Litchfield Bears this season has been the Palmerston Raiders, and now their game is about 10 minutes behind ours. So now the Raiders have built up a pretty good lead out there. Maybe they can get another win over the Bears this season.
And that's very interesting and will stand Raiders in very good stead. I don't think they can get into second position.
No, not tonight because Brothers won.
But it'll certainly mean that they go into next to the minor semi-final in a very positive frame of mind against Nightcliff, and also shows the other sides that Bears aren't unbeatable.
Sharks now with the ball after a penalty. Collie gets it onto Williamson. Williamson running across field. He is met by two South Darwin defenders. Collie will go back to McPherson. No, he'll bypass him and go to Colling. He pushes it out to Mick. Mick gets it onto Hall, a wide running Hall, and he's taken in a beautiful tackle there by two South Darwin defenders. They drop the big fella. Now they keep pushing it to the left. Jaden Mick goes, throws the dummy. There was a chance for an intercept if he threw the ball. He saw that. He held on to it. He's been wrapped up by South Darwin. Now bring it back to the open side. Hall again, his second use of the football in this set of 6. He pops the ball out the back looking for an offload, but the referee's found a knock on in that. Adam Hall running very wide there for the Northern Sharks.
Yeah, just loose there at the end. And I think you'll see what I've been fearing a little is that once Sharks get on a bit of a roll, Souths are going to find it very difficult to stop them. They have a bit more experience of playing together, a bit more connectivity, if that's the word, and we'll probably try and make use of that in this second half.
The time spent on the field, the time spent together at training, playing a season, then playing the next season with a similar squad. I think that's what you're talking about, isn't it, Chris? Where the Sharks have that, but the South Darwin with fly-in players from Gove, it will take some time to establish that, and that will be an error there. No, referees ruled play on. Gamini, he's going to come, he's going to run past us on the bench here. He might go all the way, can't he, Gamini? He's got a player on the inside. Will he use him? He's going to go himself and pick up his third try of the night. Kane Gamini, well, entertaining football. He's ran completely down the left-hand wing there. He's swerved back in. He's toyed with the Sharks defenders. And Kane Gamini, 3 tries for tonight, and he absolutely enjoyed that try.
And again, another try done all by the try scorer. He picked it up from dummy half, shifted out to his left-hand side, and then just put the afterburners on and went away. Got through the cover.
He had Jalen Priestley there in support, but he didn't use him. He just sort of toyed with the Sharks defenders.
He's had a very good game, Gamini. Certainly happy with his performance tonight. He will be, and scoring 3 tries, that's a pretty good effort.
So they've showed tonight that they can score tries, South Darwin. We've seen the last try that the Sharks scored, and some of the pressure that the Bunnies have put themselves under has been through giving away a penalty. So a little bit of discipline there and putting themselves under plenty of pressure at the wrong time of the game.
And at the wrong end of the field.
At the wrong end of the field, spot on. Who's going to be taking this kick, Chris Foy?
Ranger.
Ranger. Yeah. Nice kick there. Jake Ranger picking up the extras. So what have we got now? 26-22 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. We've had about 10 minutes of play in the second half. So a 4-point margin. It is still anyone's game. There's still plenty of time. Cooper Field's coming back onto the field. Braden Harding coming off in jersey number 4.
Boys, I'll just jump in there before he kicks. Are we brave enough to tip this game in this stage of the game?
Tipping an entertaining second half there, Axe.
Sharks boy, 16.
Chris Foy going the early tip.
That's a big bite into tonight's broadcast, mate.
This is Mitchell. Time off blown there. McPherson holding that left arm. Might be a shoulder, yeah. He's going to come straight to the touchlines. He knows he's got something wrong there.
Bit of a stinger, I think.
First Eagle will come onto the field. Good, solid header here. Hasn't been able to affect the tackle, Versteeg. Second defenders.
Good run.
In Holiday, yeah, it was. They'll bring the short side here. Here we go. Nearly putting a player through a little gap there.
Tackle down low by Colling.
Gamini again.
They're certainly still willing.
Fifth and last, who will cross-link up with? He'll look to go up to his 5/8 in Ranger. Ranger dances through. He gives it back ball. Cross can't get a good kick away. In fact, there's an error there. Fifth tackle option, that's broken down there for the Bunnies.
Not too bad. They haven't been able to put pressure on Sharks down in their 20, but it was the last tackle, so they got through their set, which is a good start. You see, though, a lot of running up. Oh, nice
stolen on a one-on-one tackle. Sorowale's got the ball. Clean strip there in the one-on-one tackle from the centre three-quarter.
Tried to offload it. He offloaded it straight to him.
Did he?
Yeah, hit him on the chest.
Sorowale coming away with the ball. And this is Jake Matthews' ball in hand now. He'll play back the ball back to Morris, the halfback. He'll push it out to Cross. Cross will bring Mitchell underneath him. He won't combine with him. Cross will run the ball himself. He throws the ball out the back there to no one. The ball comes out again. It's all gone back. It's gone back about 2 or 3 times. Dense. 2 or 3 goes there, and Souths will come away with it.
Denzel Morris jinking his way through, trying to sneak through the line up the middle.
Souths are calling for the ball high and wide off a kick. They'll be looking to Ranger. Ranger's going to go back the blind side. They've still got tackles up their sleeve.
And smashed.
Great ball and all tackle there. Now who's going to kick? He'll go to Cross. He'll put the ball across. It's going to be too deep. Too much on that kick. And that's what happens when your kicker gets caught with the football on the fifth and last tackle.
Yeah, it certainly deprives the side of their options. They have a couple of kickers, Souths, but Range is definitely the main man in that regard.
Zaro brings the ball back from the restart. Collie picks it up. They're getting a bit of a roll on here in this set, the Sharks. This is Berto with the ball on the far wing. Hall lining up. Doesn't end up with the football. Looks like Mick. No. Berto puts the ball on the toe. Kicks through. Will the Sharks come away with the ball? They do.
Yes.
The ball is still in play. It's play on. Referee hasn't restarted the tackle count, though, I don't believe.
No, he hasn't. I was just watching that. I thought it had come off a South player. He has now.
This is Hall, so it's 6 again. He won't need the 6 again, will he? Big Adam Hall's crashed over. And that's a try.
I think... Yeah, I thought from the kick through from Berto, I thought it had come off the South's hand. The referee didn't signal it straight away, but he certainly signalled 6 again after the play the ball. So whether something happened in the play the ball or it was just delayed, I don't know. But you're right, Cam, they didn't actually need any more tackles. The big fella Hall.
He's been running wide tonight.
Yeah, crashed over out wide in front of the scoreboard. Without too much trouble.
It's a decent strategy when you do play wide of the ruck. If you can get it to a player like a Colling, and then you have Hall running off a Colling, running a little bit wider, big player. difficult in a one-on-one situation. You're going to have to put 2 or 3 defenders around him to affect the tackle, which then sets up the next play for gaps in the defensive line. So a smart piece of play there from the Northern Sharks, but they didn't need to go to that second play. Hall was able to crash over.
And this is the risk when people don't know each other's play, when they haven't played together. Those little, they don't know how their teammate's going to react in certain circumstances, and it just does make it a little difficult. But
Mick adds the extras there, Chris. Nice conversion there from Jade and Mick. So that takes the score to 32-22 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Sharks 32, South Darwin 22. We've had 16 minutes of play so far in the second half.
Souths bring the ball back to the restart. They're not dawdling. They've still got some spirit here, which is good to see.
24 minutes left on the clock, Chris. 10 points the margin. There is still time. If they can hold on to the footy, if they can minimise their errors, if they can manage their discipline, they can get their way back into this game. But this is Williamson for the Sharks, who brings the ball back. He's been good in jersey number 13, the lock forward. Had some great runs so far. He's followed up by McPherson. The back row has been strong for the Sharks, getting through a ton of work. Collie from acting half. They'll go the open side. Zaro wrapped up there on the 40-metre line. Go the blind side. That's Damien Mick. Playing in the centres tonight, Damien. Up over the halfway, beats the first tackle, can't beat the second tackle of Gamini. And that's the fifth and last great set of 6 for the Sharks after a try. They'll bring it out to Colling. He goes wide. They'll want to get a kick away. It goes to Cooper Field. He kicks the ball back in field. It'll go through. Jalen Priestley will come up with the ball in the pink headgear, and he'll bring the ball back. Tries to beat the first tackle. Versteeg grabs the jersey and is able to jersey sling him to the ground. From acting half there, South, they brought it to the blind side. South Darwin's turn just to get a settler set of 6 away. Just work their set. We've got a player cramping up out on the field for South Darwin in back play. And here we go, we've got a half break here for the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Brushes off Collie.
And the Afiaki brothers again.
Afiaki, gee, they've been destructive out there. Gamini, solid run there by Gamini. Gets to his feet, wants to go on with it. Referee blows time off. We've got an injured Sharks player, and that tackle was probably affected there as well.
He certainly runs very hard, and I think the Sharks player's got his head in the wrong spot, and a bit of contact with either the knee or the hip of Gamini. But we could hear it from here. One of the advantages of being down on the sideline at the card table is you can actually hear some of the contact on the field.
I'll just jump in there as well. Sorry, came quickly. I just want to highlight one thing I love about NRLNT. Despite we've got a great game of competition out here, that bunny was so quick just to put the game aside, go in and make sure that shark was all right. He just put the game behind him. He went in. He helped that shark out, and that's just what I love about the territory spirit in this sport.
Yeah, spot on, Axe. You know, the players, they play the game hard, they play the game fair. No one wants to get injured. Everyone's got to back up for work. So you're right, when a player does go down injured, there's always plenty of concern showed and plenty of respect shown by the opposition as well. Round 15, we've got Indigenous round this week. Got those beautiful jerseys that the Sharks are wearing there tonight, designed by Jasmine Mick, the Indigenous strip for the Northern Sharks.
And the Sharks players sitting up with the trainers, so that's a very good sign. So he was certainly out when he hit the ground. Certainly went down very quickly. But yeah, it looks like he's talking to the trainers. So it's a very, very positive.
And the score update from Raiders Park for McDonald's still showing 24 points to 12. 24 points to 12. The Raiders lead the Litchfield Bears. That game's about 10 minutes behind our game. They had a 7:10 kickoff. We had a 7:20 kickoff.
In front of our game, so they've probably got 10 minutes to go. So it'll be a very entertaining finish.
Oh, here we go. The score's been updated now.
Ooh.
30 points to 12. The Raiders extending that lead. Tries to Lane, Blomley, Walker, Hansen and Johnson so far for the Raiders. And for the Bears, Doubled and Jacobson. Well, it looks like the Litchfield Bears were going to have their second defeat of the season. And both of their defeats are going to come at the hands of the Palmerston Raiders. We saw they had the draw with Brothers last week. And as we were talking about in the pre-game, there's been a lot of talk about Darwin Brothers as the defending premiers. There's a lot of talk about the Litchfield Bears as our minor premiers for this year. The Palmerston Raiders are just flying in under the radar. They are the sleeping giants, but they are the team that's going to defeat the Litchfield Bears twice in the season and go into the finals with that psychological advantage. As play restarts here. Ball goes up, centre field bomb, very high. Who's underneath it? It's going to be the Northern Sharks. They come away with it. He's got a numbers. They're going to come up with a try here, will they? Oh, will he be able to get the ball down? There's players everywhere. They're trying to push him into touch. South Darwin are absolutely cheering. They believe they've got the try here. Well, a centre field bomb. What's the referee going to rule?
Looks like a penalty. Looks like a penalty to Sharks.
Was that Wayambo who had the ball on the wing?
No.
No, it was the centre. Sorowale ended up with the ball.
They've been penalised for just listening to the players for a driver, which is obviously the bloke catching the ball and then being driven over by, assisted over
Rugby
by
union
his,
style.
Yeah.
That's a penalty. Technical detail Chris Foy has when it comes to officiating the game is second to none.
Ooh.
Williamson, Chris Foy's really enjoying the contact here from the sideline.
There has been some good, strong contact throughout this game.
Collie out to Mick. Mick will kick long and high. Priestley will be underneath it. Takes the ball cleanly. Good take, Jalen Priestley. He'll bring the ball back in the pink headgear. He looks to have moved into the fullback position. I don't see Andrew Riddle out there. Can you see him, Chris?
He came off a little while ago with a injured foot.
So Priestley is now playing fullback as Gamini comes to the bench for South Darwin. Afiaki coming back onto the field for South Darwin. Mitchell, the front rower and captain with the ball. Gee, that's not a bad interchange. Gamini comes on, Afiaki comes on. And here's Afiaki, ball in hands. He's going to run himself, will he? He throws the first and the second off. He gets a short ball. It went out to the centre three-quarter, Sorowale, but he's put a foot into touch. In fact, he probably received the ball with a foot in touch already.
Yeah, just not enough space down that side. It was very entertaining and a very incisive little break, but just run out of space.
But the Afiaki brothers, Sorowale, they have added something to the South Darwin attack tonight.
Yeah, they certainly have. And South would be hoping to keep that connection with those fellas and maybe some others from Gove.
Well, he's ended up past the horizontal there. Yeah. I don't think it was intentional. He's just got underneath low, and as he stood up, jersey number 21 for the Sharks has flipped over the top. He's put himself into a dangerous position in that tackle as he's gone over past the horizontal. So the referee has blown the penalty there to the Sharks.
A little bit harsh for South. I don't think, and that was Riddle who's back on now. I don't think he did a great deal wrong in that situation. There wasn't much more he could have done.
Just unintentional, got under as he came up. Versteeg taps the ball. This will be holiday for the Sharks on the 40-metre line. They're about to go into the South Darwin red zone. Colling, inside ball to Williamson. Colley's got options left and right. He goes to the left through Mick. Mick will throw the ball out to Zaro. Zaro will try to link up with his winger, which he's able to do so in Berto. Berto will be wrestled to the ground by the South Darwin defenders. Coast-to-coast football here tonight from the Sharks.
I apologise a bit for some of the colourful language that may be coming through. We're a little close to the team benches here.
Time's been blown off. We've got another player down for South Darwin. Gimini's looking to come back onto the field for South Darwin. Tell you what, I actually get that barbecue wafting over here every now and then. You must be loving that on the sideline.
Yeah, look, I'm a bit disappointed that my strict dieting and food plan for this marathon is kicked in, because that barbecue in that canteen over there, the live music, the raffle, it's so much goodness over there.
Ball has gone dead off that kick there. Actually, you are the only man I've ever seen bring a chicken parmigiana and a tray of olives to do the sideline commentary.
Don't forget the protein shake.
And then disappear for 15 minutes in the game to go heat up his dinner.
I've got this dialed down to the T, Cam. I've got all this planned out.
Play has restarted now for South Darwin through the front rower in Mitchell. Chris Foy and I is perched on plastic chairs. We're on a water diet only here tonight. Axe, he's brought a picnic basket. Yogi Bear. Sharks will run from acting half in cross. Gets the offload, second phase play. Morris is pulled down on the halfway there. Cross. Ranger brings a player back underneath him. Oh, another solid hit.
Good shot from Williamson there on Afiaki.
Balawaga, I think that was. As Morris goes to Gimini down the short side. Breaks through the first, can't get through the second and the third tackle. Still going Gimini. Geez, been a handful tonight. Fifth and last now for South Darwin. They'll look for Cross. Cross puts it through the hands. Harbour Bridge pass to Morris. That ball's bounced all over the place. It has gone back. Play on here. And they will be caught with the ball. No, there is play on. Ball is still alive. South Darwin, can they get a kick away? They're still going. Do they know it's the fifth and last?
Yeah.
Knock on there. Hand over. It's going to be a Sharks play the ball. A new set of 6. They kept the ball alive. It felt like they knew it was the fifth and last, but they never got a kick away. 32-22 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. The Sharks lead the Bunnies. The Sharks will bring the ball down the short side there. They can't hold on to it. The referee's going to rule a knock on there. Jaden Mick just unable to control that football.
So good pressure there from the Souths players, trying to get up in the face of the Sharks side and force them into error.
15 left on the clock. 10-point the margin. Scrum feed here to South Darwin. Got a deep backline set here, South Darwin. What will they do? They've got Morris, Gimini. Got Priestley out on the wing here. Ball goes to ground. It has gone back. Gamini picks up the loose ball.
I'd say go himself.
He will go himself. Looks like they had a set play ready to go, but the ball went to ground, so that broke down. This is Riddle back on the field. They'll get the penalty here. What will they do? Will they kick for touch or will they take a quick tap? Bit of gamesmanship there from Colling.
Yeah, pretty soft penalty, but let South settle themselves down and see if they can put something together here in this set of 6 to get themselves closer on the scoreboard. Only 10 points away.
This is Mitchell. They've shown that they can score points tonight, South Darwin. You've got plenty of attacking options. Here's one of them, Afiaki. Simi Afiaki, this is, jersey number 4, playing in the centres. His brother playing in the back row. They'll push it to the right. Ranger, he gets the ball out to Afiaki. They go out wide to the winger. Caught beautifully there by Berto. Flag's gone up. The touch judge has put a flag into the air. So that will be a Sharks ball.
Yeah, both sides' defence is holding okay, but neither of them are really throwing a lot at the opposition. As we talked about earlier in the first half, it really is a game with no real consequences. It's not being played with a huge amount of intensity. There's some good one-off, some good tackling and some good strong running, particularly by a couple of the Souths.
Oh, Versteeg hit hard.
Players, but no real overall intensity in the game.
Sharks will get a penalty. You can just feel that the game has slowed a little bit there. Players trying to find some opportunities to catch their breath. Here's another opportunity, a penalty to the Northern Sharks. Mick will kick to touch. Opportunity to bring the ball up towards the halfway. So play will resume 45 metres out from the Sharks line. And it'll be Colley giving it on to that man Versteeg. Charges into the South Darwin line. Colley to Hall. Hall up over the 40. Well, that's 2 great runs from Versteeg and Hall. Colling now goes himself. In 3 tackles, they've gone from the 45 up to the 20.
Assisted by the penalty.
Falaumaloa. Colley, short side. Harding held up. Will he go into touch? Flag's gone up in the air. The referee had called held, so they will get a chance to play the ball there, the Northern Sharks. South Darwin up very quick in defence. They'll come away with the ball. And the Sharks will get a penalty there, held down in the tackle. Marker's not square.
And about 6 of them were offside as well.
They did come up with the ball, South Darwin.
Very quickly.
All right, Colley, he'll restart play with a tap. He gives it on to McPherson. He's brought down in an effective tackle there. Push it through Colling. He's got Falaumaloa on his outside, but he'll go himself, Colling. Big number 10, he's lining up for a crash play here. Will they use him?
Under the posts.
Comes to Falaumaloa. They've picked him off the South Darwin Rabbitohs defenders.
Too flat, he was starting. He had to be running on to that ball.
Hall gives it out to his centre 3/4. Gets it on to Zaro. Zaro out to his winger. And it looks like Berto's going to score in the corner. Good quick hands there from the Northern Sharks, just putting the ball through the hands. Adam Hall standing at first receiver. Good ball playing front rower there. Gets the ball out wide, gets the ball out quick, and it gets out to the winger. And they'll end up with the try there.
Again, he wasn't going to be running, he was standing still. So South should have been aware that he was going to move the ball on.
So flash scores around the grounds. It's the Raiders 34, the Bears 22. That's thanks to McDonald's.
Yeah, they can't have too long to go.
No, I wonder if that's full time or whether that's a score update. We better get a check on that.
We'll see as we wait here. I'm not sure if Berto's going to take the kick or young Mick. He's certainly almost out on the far touchline. Looks like he's got it about the 20 metre out from the try line, and taking his time. We've got about 7.5 minutes to go. Probably be about 6 minutes to go when we have the kick-off.
So that's not full time. The game is still in play. So the Raiders lead the Bears 34-22. That's thanks to McDonald's.
So they've both scored since we last looked at it. Obviously another try to the Raiders and 2 to Bears.
Kick here is waved away. That was Zaro, the fullback, was it, taking the kick?
He's let me down. That would have been the 16, Axel. We've still got a few minutes to go yet.
Could have been, should have been, could have been.
So 36-22 up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. The Sharks lead the Bunnies. Just under 7 minutes left on the clock. Morris is going to restart play here for the Bunnies. They go short. Oh, they nearly came away with it through Riddle.
Certainly a good effort there. Got a fair way up in the air for a little fella.
Here we are, boys. Have a look.
6 minutes to go.
15 good. Good, Jalen. Come here on, mate.
Well, they haven't given up, have they, South Darwin? They're continuing to throw the football around, chance their arm. First short kick of the night, first short kickoff, I should say, of the night. Sharks feed the ball. They'll come away with it. This is Zaro. Zaro, good strong run there. Ran straight, ran hard. Eventually brought down shy of the halfway. They push it to the left through Mick. Mick picked up and driven back. Now this is Hall. Oh, Hall, that's a great run from the front rower. Look for the quick play, the ball. Tries to get up. Eventually gets to his feet, plays it back through Collie. Collie back onto Mick. Time's called off, player down injured.
He might have landed on his back fairly heavily there.
He was running straight, he was running hard, big man, very difficult to stop. And he put his body on the line, didn't he? Put him in front of Big Adam Hall.
Yeah, and Andrew Riddle, I think.
Courageous play from the fullback. Ooh. The Sharks now with the ball. This is the fifth and last. Richard Colling, he puts it high, puts Presley under some pressure. Presley takes it on the full, gets to stay into the field to play. Good clean take there from Jalen Presley, able to stay in the field. They'll come away with it now through Gamini. Gamini is first off, he'll take the tackle there.
Yeah, good effort from the little winger for Souths.
Yeah, he's fielding capably at fullback as well. When Riddle was off the field before, Jalen Priestley. Oh, ball ripped out there, 1-on-1. Ball has gone back. Will he restart play? Didn't restart the set of 6. So they've gone nowhere, South Darwin, in this set of 6.
Maybe lost the ball, tried to pass it, offload.
5th and last, this is inside their own 10, it looks like. They get a long kick away. Zaro is back there. Zaro gets it on the first bounce, juggles the ball. Good kick return now for Bailey Zaro. Some clean field. Gets past Gamini. Can't get past the next line of defence. And Hunt, Joviani Hunt now up over the 30. Collier acting half. They'll go the blind through Hall. Hall just runs it back in through to the markers, just using up some more petrol of the South Darwin defence. Mick on the short side.
He's dropped it.
A little bit of a bobble in there. We saw Andrew Riddle just come to the bench for the South Darwin Rabbitohs, holding that shoulder. That's probably from that tackle on Adam Hall there.
Yeah, a little bit of a size disparity.
So we've got about 3 minutes left on the clock here at Warren Park. Up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, it is the Sharks 36, lead Souths 22. And you can see the improvement of South Darwin. The first time they played, round 5, it was the Sharks 70, South Darwin 10. The second time they played was round 10, and it was the Sharks 60, Souths 10. And here we've got Jalen Priestley with the ball. This is going to be interesting. This is a foot race. Jalen Priestley, he's got the clear field in front of him. It's a great cover tackle there from Jaden Mick. Priestley's able to stay in. Zaro's gone for the second effort and pushed him into touch. And the referee's going to blow the penalty there.
Cramp there.
Well, South Darwin putting the ball through hands. They got it out to Jalen Priestley. He had space in front of him and he was able to run probably 50-odd metres there, but the cover defence from Jaden Mick was fantastic and a great tackle to bring Priestley down. Priestley did well to stay in the field of play, but then Zaro came along with the second effort, pushed him into touch, but then that's where the tackle was blown from the second effort from the fullback. And Gamini now looking for try number 4. He's brought down about 10 metres out from the Sharks line. They got numbers to the right. That's the way that they'll go. They'll push it through. This is back underneath through their captain in Mitchell. They got numbers here, South Darwin, if they get a play set. Push it to the right. Show and go. Ball's come away. It's going to be 6 to go. Yes, referee has said 6 to go. So the Sharks have touched the ball there. South Darwin have got the ball and a chance. Well, they're going to go over. They've got the 6 again, but I think they've gone over there out on the right-hand side. Let's see if we can get a player ID there about who's found his way through. Looks to be the number 12. Yeah, Afiaki. Atlia Afiaki, big number 12. He's been good all night. He just got the 6 again. He didn't need it. He was able to find his way over. And so South Darwin are able to close the gap a little bit. They're not going to have enough time to close the gap anymore. Up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, it is 36 points to 26 with a kick to come. And as I was saying just before Jalen Priestley ran down the touchline, those early games that between these two clubs, the margin was 60 points and 50 points respectively. The margin here is going to end up probably 10 points or 8 points in the end. So the inclusion of those Gove players, the heart that South Darwin has been playing with in the more recent rounds, has certainly gone a long way to close the margin here. Kick is unsuccessful. It does remain 36 points to 26. You can hear the full-time siren go in the background, and so it is the Sharks 36 have defeated the Bunnies 26. The Sharks 36 have defeated the Bunnies 26 in a very entertaining game. Plenty of tries scored, plenty of attacking football being played from both teams. And we've got a full-time score also out there at Raiders Park, and it is the Palmerston Raiders 34 who have defeated the Litchfield Bears 24. So we've seen the Raiders get up over the Bears out there at Raiders Park, and here tonight we've seen the Sharks get up over the Bunnies 36 points to 26 in a very entertaining game. Axel, I was just going to ask you a question, Chris Foy, but Axel's stolen your microphone.
That's all right.
Round 15 here in the DABSCO Premiership. It's Indigenous round. Home game for South Darwin Rabbitohs out here at Warren Park. Very entertaining game. Just probably a little bit too much, as you said, experience and combinations that the Sharks have that have got them home tonight. South Darwin, a lot of entertaining play, but there is that gap that you said before, Chris Foy, between the two teams.
Yeah, and all individual efforts is what I'd describe that game as a series of individual efforts rather than a team game, and from both sides. Sharks, as we mentioned during the call, a lot of players who were playing in different positions, a lot of players out from their last couple of years of very successful Premiership attempts and programs. But they'll be looking forward. There's some interesting positional switches tonight that could bear fruit in coming years. And South's another hard year for the Bunnies, but they certainly took some pride out of that, or should take some pride out of that performance tonight. They really didn't let their supporters down. They had a go. They were certainly outclassed, but didn't turn it up at any stage. As we see them huddling in the middle of the field to signify the end of both these club seasons in the A grade competition. And we'll look forward to seeing both of these sides back in 2026.
So your 3-2-1s tonight, Chris Foy. For me, Jaden Mick at halfback, I thought, for the Northern Sharks. I think that's been a great positional change for him and points to the future for the Northern Sharks. So that's my 3 points there. I'm really caught between the 2 and the 1 because I thought both Kane Gamini and Atlia Afiaki for South Darwin both have been very good. But there was a lot of great performance as well for the Sharks. So I'm going to give my 2 points to Atlia Afiaki in the back row for the Bunnies, and then I'm going to give 1 point to Samuel Williamson, the lock forward for the Northern Sharks. I thought he ran straight, he ran hard, and was great.
Yeah, look, I agree with you with 3. Certainly do. I'd probably go with Berto, the winger, for Sharks for 2, and Gamini for me. I thought he had a great performance, and with 3 tries, it needs to be recognised.
Spot on.
But thanks, mate. I'll hand this over to Axel, and we'll see you soon.
Well, this is a life down here at Warren Park, round 15, Indigenous round. NRLNT, where else would rather be? Billy from the Gove Rugby League Club, the president, in the Rabbitohs colour tonight. And how do you see it?
Yeah, well, it's definitely great tonight. It's an awesome hit out with the boys. Sharkies gave us a run for our money. Definitely, yeah. It's, we thought we were at somewhere, but you know, we're building, and every year we can only get better. Yeah, so we're glad to be a part of this comp, and we thank Darwin and NRLNT for giving us the opportunity.
And would we want to see, obviously we want to see a Gove competition over there, and what do you think needs to happen to make that happen?
A lot of money, yeah, it's a lot of money, but yeah, we're working on it, and we definitely want to bring a team over. Yeah, the opportunity's there, going over to Gove and just seeing so much talent there. I was just like, we've got to do something for these boys, and we've got to revive it. So, no, it's an awesome opportunity for the boys. I'm definitely jumping in as well, but yeah, maybe it's time to hang up the boots for me.
And for the players to come over, what does that mean for those players to come over and get that opportunity to play here in A-grade footy?
Definitely a revival for them, yeah. It's definitely sparked a lot of excitement, especially coming from Gove. It's more of an AFL-based community, so yeah, coming in, we're starting to see a lot of interest, especially with the community that's coming in and coming out. There's a lot of leagueies coming in, so opening it up for our juniors, yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, awesome to see.
26 for the South, 36 to the Sharks. They just seem to come back with a stronger bite in the second half. What do you think we could have worked on and done better to change the results tonight?
Oh, we definitely could have, yeah, probably did a lot better, but nonetheless, I'm very proud and I'm very happy with all the boys. We went out swinging, so that's the main thing. That's the main thing. We didn't just put our heads down and we fought to the finish, so yeah, definitely proud of the boys.
Well, great to have you over here in the top end, all the way from Go for round 15 Indigenous round NRLNT. The South Darwin Rabbitohs up against the Northern Sharks. I'll go and let you join the team for post-game reviews, and we'll hopefully see you back here in 2026.
Thank you so much. Thank you, mate. Awesome.
Good job, well done.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having us. Thanks, mate.
Well, fantastic effort there from the Northern Sharks and the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Look, we want to talk a little bit about what happened out there at Raiders Park, and of course tonight was Chuck Norris's 300th game there. He's been an absolute stalwart of the Darwin Rugby League, the DABSCO Premiership there. 300 games for Palmerston Raiders. Congratulations to Chuck Norris. And Axe, he's picked himself up a win there. 34 points to 24 over the Litchfield Bears. So in the 1v3 game, Chuck Norris in his 300th game has picked up a fantastic victory there. Of course, he's won the Premiership twice with Palmerston Raiders as their captain. He's a Frank Johnson medalist winner with the South Darwin Rabbitohs as well, I believe. He's done about pretty much everything in the game of rugby league, a 30-plus year association with the Palmerston Raiders. So congratulations to Chuck Norris. And I know there's some highlights going to screen as we speak about some of the great highlights out there, Chuck Norris and the Palmerston Raiders. Entertaining game here. Axe, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, look, definitely thought the South Darwin Rabbitohs switched off a little bit in the closing minutes of the second half. It was unfortunate to see. I was really looking forward, Cam, to seeing a much tighter game, and I thought this would have come down to those one-pointers. I might have thought we might have even seen a Nathan Cleary field goal to win the game. However, they've unfortunately just switched off a little bit. I'm sure they're going to go back and review that. But look, the Northern Sharks, they have just come back strong, the captain. But I want to point out this year an absolute masterclass from Adam Hall. He's just a machine that's a force to be reckoned with and knows how to get the job done. You've got Cooper Field on double duties tonight. But look, how good was that run through from the number 11 South Darwin player, the Bunny. Tell you what, chasing down the Rabbits are hard at best of time, but that number 11 jersey put a good run on tonight.
Yeah, I'm so glad we covered this game tonight. It really has been entertaining. We're out here at Warren Park, the South Darwin home game. They've been building towards this. We've seen the inclusion of those Gove players. They've added something to that South Darwin pack and back line as well. The Afiaki brothers have been absolutely brilliant. Sorawale, when he was on the field, he was very difficult to handle. As you spoke with our guests there on the program, if we're able to get those Gove players coming back out to Darwin consistently with the South Darwin Rabbitohs, that gives them a really good platform to build in the coming season. There's the nucleus of a great team there. Chris Foy pointed out in the commentary, one of the differences between the two teams is familiarity. How many games have they played together? How many hours have they been on the training paddock together? A lot of individual play out there, a lot of individual brilliance, and just the difference between the two teams, that combinations. The Northern Sharks, they've played in the last 4 grand finals. There's a lot of quality out there on the field. As we spoke to Cooper Field today, he spoke about a little bit of a rebuilding year. There were positive signs out there, I believe, pointing to next year for the Northern Sharks. The move of Jaden Mick to the halfback position, that's a point to the future, isn't it? Let's give this winger a run at halfback in our final game, and he was really good, Jaden Mick. So there's a lot of positive direction for the future. You're right, Adam Hall, he's been one of the standout front rowers all season. We saw tonight just the destructive running that he can do through the centre, but we also saw him out on the fringe of the ruck on the left-hand side, running wide, off a pivot, and also being first receiver. And one of the great things that we saw there is when he takes the ball to the line, it takes 2 or 3 South defenders to bring him down. Now what that does is if he can get to his feet for a quick to play the ball, which he's known for, there's 3 players that have come in to make the tackle on Adam Hall. They're missing from the defensive lineup, and that's where we saw that play Dingo push further out to the left, and we saw Birdo capitalise on that in the wing. So you're right, Adam Hall, a masterclass from him tonight, through the centre and a little bit wider. Colling and Collie, hooker and 5/8, they were classy tonight as well. A really enjoyable performance tonight, and I'm so glad that we've covered this game between the Sharks and the Bunnies. Of course, both of these teams, they won't be featuring in finals football, so that's their season, done and dusted for season 25. I think both teams have finished their season on a positive, that both coaches can come away going, you know what, there's things to take out of tonight's performance to build on for next year. I think for South Darwin, that's getting those Gove players over here more often. And for the Northern Sharks, it's bringing Jaden Mick into the halfback position. Out there at Raiders Park, well, what an upset there. We've seen the Palmerston Raiders upset the Litchfield Bears 34 points to 24, a 10-point margin, Chuck Norris's 300th game. And in the 3 times those 2 teams have played, the Raiders have beaten the Bears twice. The Bears have beaten the Raiders once. So Litchfield Bears, they will be our minor premiers, so congratulations to them. But the sleeping giants, the team that's flying under the radar heading into the final series, is the Palmerston Raiders. So we've got a week off now in the DABSCO Premiership and True Flow Services Premiership. We come back August 23rd, and in the DABSCO Premiership, the 1v2 game is going to be the Litchfield Bears up against Darwin Brothers. Now, we saw those 2 teams go around last week. That's going to be an absolute cracker of a game. Those teams are going to throw absolutely everything at each other because the last time they met, they couldn't be split. It was 24-all. The second game that we're going to see, which will be the elimination final, will be the Palmerston Raiders up against the Nightcliff Dragons. Well, it looks like the Nightcliff Dragons put on a fairly decent performance against Darwin Brothers, but Palmerston Raiders at their home game up against the Litchfield Bears have got away with the victory. So the Raiders will definitely go into favourites in that match. Over in the women's, the 1v2, that will be Brothers v Sharks. Brothers unstoppable all season, a 15-0 record up against the Sharks. That game's not the elimination, that's semi-final number 1. The elimination final will be the Raiders v the Bears. Whoever wins between the Raiders and the Bears, I predict will be playing the Sharks to go into the grand final against the Brothers juggernaut. So there you have it. We're out here on Field 3 at TRL Stadium, Warren Park. It's been round 15, it's been the Indigenous round, and here we have seen the Northern Sharks 36 run out winners over the South Darwin Rabbitohs 26. Out at Raiders Park, it's been the Litchfield Bears go down to the Palmerston Raiders, the Raiders winning 34 points to 24. And in the early game, the Darwin Brothers 46 defeated the Nightcliff Dragons 16, and that was all in the DABSCO Premiership. So from me, Cam Hughes, Axe on the sidelines, my co-commentator Chris Foy, and all the team here at NRL NT and Local Media Services Company, it's a very good night to you from Warren Park.